Way.
When Netflix calls us, that's my real goal. Somebody on Netflix has to see us at some point.
Well, if right down the street from their new building.
Hey, start walking by with signs.
If they can get the Tiger King documentary up and going, I'm sure that this would be much better.
Gotta be something. We need a cold case murder, something underlying that really gears up authorities.
I can start plotting to kill you and just put that as the undercurrent. And
I have a feeling you wanted to already. But
never wanted to kill you.
Yeah, I'm actually just a hologram in a long cover-up ploy.
The technology is amazing. You look so real and lifelike, but it explains the mustache.
The mustache, yeah.
Now, man.
No real man would wear that hologram all the way.
Well, Alana, Chris, it's been a pleasure having you on the show. In those that are just joining us, it's Alana Grelyak coming to us from Chicago, Chris Flanagan coming to us from Los Angeles, and they were behind the videos that you just saw, Catastrophes. They've got a new Cat in the Fridge project coming out as well. Don't forget to check out Treehouse Humane. Thank you so much for being on the show, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much for having us. It was great to be here.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
Bye.
So we are going to go to a commercial from a couple of our sponsors. We're going to be back with live programming with the Cardinal Cowboy, Carter, and he's got some special guests lined up from across the animal industry. So stay tuned. Don't miss a minute of Stream-a-thon for Pets.
Be sure to visit our sponsor, Mirage Pet Products. Made in the USA, Mirage will be presenting programming just for your pet throughout the Stream-a-thon. Please take a moment and visit www.miragepetproducts.com. And thank you, Mirage, for being a supporter of pets and people. Now, please enjoy a video just for your pet.
Social media is going to the dogs, and cats, and birds, and reptiles. Connect to the world of pets with Pet Pal, an app for pets and pet lovers like you. You love your pet, and nothing makes you happier than a wagging tail or contented purr. And you are not alone. There are 85 million pet parents in the United States, and that number grows every day. It's all about pets at Pet Pal, and all about creating a community where you can build that bond with your furry, feathered, or scaly best pal every day. Pet Pal makes it easy to be part of an entire world devoted to pets and the people who love them. A world where you can reach out to like-minded people who like to share and love stories, advice, videos, and pictures just as much as they want to see and hear from you and your pet. You can find information and resources all in one place, with feedback and discussion from actual pet lovers. Search for videos by topic for specific breeds and breed information. Create profiles for you and your pet. Stay up to date with a pet-specific news feed. Learn about rescues and shelters that need you, and so much more. Laugh, learn, and love every day on Pet Pal. Get the scoop at petpal.com now. Pet Pal, for the love of pets.
Hi everyone. Romeo and I are at Fosse Studios with Fosse Sideman.
Hi!
And we are about to start our photo shoot for the launch of America's Top Dog Model 2020 contest, Fairy Tales. And Romeo, as America's Top Dog Model Ambassador, will show top dogs how to portray our theme, Fairy Tales. And you can visit americastopdogmodel.com for contest details. Who will be America's Top Dog Model?
All right, we're back live here on Stream-a-thon for Pets. We've got a very special guest coming up right now. Joining us live from his studio is the Cardinal Cowboy. If you're a sports fan, you definitely know who the Cardinal Cowboy is. He's nationally known. He has quite a following. He does a talk show as well. Great interviewer. He's got some special guests lined up in the pet industry. So maybe a little sports, but primarily pets. So Carter, we're so pleased to have you on the show. Welcome and thank you very much for being here. This is Ethan, yeah. The Cardinal Cowboy. If you're a sports fan, you definitely know who the Cardinal Cowboy is. He's nationally known. He has quite a following. He does a talk show as well. He's a great interviewer. Well, that's too kind of you. You know, I appreciate that very much. You know, it was about 2 weeks ago that we were together, and here we are again. And it's exciting to work with you again, and a pleasure, really. I mean, you do a great job as well. So, you know, love the compliment, but you know, right
Ethan rivals Tom Ackerman on KMOX. Everybody, if I recall, right, Ethan? We talked about that a little bit last time.
Well, that's too kind of you. You know, I appreciate that very much. You know, it was about 2 weeks ago that we were.
Well, thank you very much. Is this Ethan?
Here we are again, and it's exciting to work with you again, and a pleasure, really. I mean, you do a great job as well, so, you know, love the compliment, but, you know, I'll throw it right back at you, buddy.
All right, man. Well, let's get into it. So, a great show we had earlier today, and the premier guest I wanted to get on is well-known, world-famous in St. Louis. Does that make sense? World-famous in St. Louis, but he is. And so, Ethan, your call just dropped there. Call me right back, and I'll put you right back on. But with that, let's dive into some of the fun we always talk about here on the Cardinal Cowboy. We got a bunch of great sponsors that are part of what we do, and we want to share that with as many people as we can and start getting into it. Okay, you got me. All right, brother. So let's start talking here. So here we go. The Cardinal Cowboy Show. Welcome, everybody. Some people may know my story. I'll give you the short version, if you will. But super fan. Baseball career got ended by a drunk driver back when I was 19. I had just won the same award as David Freese and Ryan Howard. Those guys won it a little bit after me. But these guys made it to the Major League level. National League All-Star for Ryan Howard and World Series MVP for David Freese. But about a year and a half after I had won the same award, those guys later won. I was in a coma, but I believe it's caused by a drunk driver that hit us. But I believe I came through that, pulled the ventilator out of my own throat because of my skills I learned from baseball. And if it wasn't for baseball, I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I would have come out of that coma. So now I run around and work with a lot of organizations and do some great stuff in the community to help inspire and encourage as many people as I can. So there I am, Cardinal Cowboy, the show host. This is my show, the Cardinal Cowboy Show. Let's dive right in with some of the fun that we get to bring into the community and to the world. But first we must talk about our partnered funnel or fan page we've got here, which is Wentzville, the New Wentzvillian Facebook page. It's for the St. Charles County area. It's about 600,000 people that are in that community, and we've got about 17,000 fans on this page, and so we broadcast and share through there, and I'll do that here in just a minute. Sometimes if you see me looking down, that's what I'm doing, but no guests on here today. When I play some video of our previously recorded show, then we'll maybe get a chance to share some more of that stuff. But we love those guys. That's run by the Judge. I have the Cowboy Judge show that I do with the Judge. He's a Wentzville judge, municipal judge, and he also owns Carter Law Firm. And he saw what I was doing and asked me to partner up, and we put together the show and highlight leaders in our community. And we love being connected with great organizations like you're seeing here, helping pets. I'm a pet owner almost all my life. I've had some pets and a couple of beautiful dogs that are in heaven now, not too long ago, but they were a great little addition to our family here. So let's keep on going here. I always work with Step Up of St. Louis. Give them a shout out. They help a lot of kids in St. Louis stay on track, stay out of trouble, and give them something to work on and develop some skills. Donate some of the stuff they've got there. They're looking for cleaning items, personal items, or books and stuff and related stuff for kids to keep them busy in the world, doing good things. Here's our title slide for this event, and you can see this is the Stream-a-thon, a fundraiser for pet and business pet businesses and organizations. And you know what? I have put plenty of time, and I've worked with the Humane Society and a number of groups in my past, because we want to help these organizations that have so much to do with, making sure that families have a little furry friend that they can always count on, right? It was a great interview that we had today. I'll go ahead and tell you who it was. It was Brooke Dubman. And when you talk about leaders in our community here in St. Louis, by far one of the best known business owners, because they advertise so much and their business is done so well, and they have really helped so many people. But Brooke takes time on many of his commercials to talk about his desire to help people be aware of how they can help pets in our community. And so we had a great interview with him earlier. He couldn't be on the show this evening, had previous engagement, but he is a big advocate, and we talked to him earlier. We'll get to that interview here in just a few minutes. With that in mind, though, let's talk a little bit about the things that we also advocate and talk about, and some of the research that we've done. This COVID crisis has affected a lot of people, and I did some research earlier to find out that they are essentially expecting this whole food and pet care and pet doctor industry is going to take about a 17% dip. So if you know what that means there's 17% of 95, I'm sorry, what was the number? It's about $95 billion industry. Double check that number. But that's a huge dip. And it's going to affect, we know a lot of people are being affected in the community and the hospitals, but these are furry little friends. They're dramatically impacted by this too. They had predicted a 5% increase. So that's a 22% change in what they expected versus what is happening right now. And when you take 22% out of any industry, there's going to be some people affected, and these dogs and cats and other animals really impact our community, and we need to do what we can to raise some money for them. So that's why we're here today. With that then, here is one of the most famous events. If you're a Cardinal fan, you really can't be a true Cardinal fan if you don't at least know about Pet Day at the ballpark. Purina Pooches in the Ballpark puts this event on every year. So I wanted to share this because this really ties the Cardinals, the Cardinal Cowboy, and this event we're doing today to help pets together. And the Cardinals do put a lot of their time and energy, and obviously when you're filling a park with anybody that wants to bring in their little furry animal, the pooches and the dogs that they bring into the park, they're making a major investment in it, and they realize that it's a big part of our culture, our community, and our world. And it's really just neat to see the Cardinals put so much time, energy, and effort towards something that's close to my heart, close to the hearts of most people on this planet who just really appreciate it. And they live, these pets become the family member of your family, right? And when something happens to them, you are in sorrow like you are with any family member. But the Cardinals here, like I say, doing a great thing. Something that was kind of funny, and I always try to throw a little candid humor, self-promotion, right, to be a little funny. This thing has worked out well for me, and I've gotten to be known. But we always throw in a little candor along with that. But take a look closely at this picture, and I'll zoom in for you guys here in just a second. But Fredbird obviously is in the picture, and there's actually a couple Fredbirds. But I know Fredbird very well, good friend, and I text him and talk to him all the time. He can't talk, so he has to text, obviously. No, but the guy who plays Fredbird can talk, so that's easy. What's interesting, then, there's 3 other people in this picture that they selected from the audience from that game for the last Pooches in the Ballpark game. What's really interesting is I know all 3 of them. What are the odds of that? They're friends of the Cardinal Cowboy. So it just goes to show, if you get to know the Cardinal Cowboy, you're going to get well connected in the community. And let's show you who they are. On the left there, and I'm going to call Lizelle and say, I am fairly certain, because you always do hang out with Jay, that's my friend Lizelle Salas. She and I went to college together, and she's got her furry little friend right there, and she brought him to the game, along with my other buddy, Jay Laws. So ironically, of the 3 people in these pictures, those 2 are good friends of mine. What was even funnier, this is the first one I noticed, this is my buddy, I'm going to have to stand up for this, but this is my buddy Sam. Sam is a co-host on my show here from time to time, and as you can see over here. So look at Sam on your left and Sam on your right. That's Sam in my studio, and that's Sam as a highlighted picture of him at the ballpark. So it was kind of funny when I looked down. I must have a bigger connection to the Pooches at the ballpark and all the pets that are in our world, because the 3 people they picked happen to be all 3 people that I know, and that just shows how tight of a community we have here in St. Louis, and obviously dogs and cats and all kinds of furry little animals are our friends, and it has a big part to do with our community. I'm going to talk a little bit more about all the stuff that goes on within our community, but first let's hit a little bit more about what they do with the stuff in the ballpark and the people that are related to that. A lot of people recognize this guy. If you look here on the left-hand side of my TV wall, and again, I'll stand up and you can see, wow, the TV wall, that guy on the other side, he's about as tall as me. Oh, that is me. But Tony La Russa is really probably best known for his work. Outside of winning 3 World Series titles, 2 of which with the Cardinals, he is big on helping pets and animals. His organization, we'll show in just a second here. I've got his website to put up there because we're just trying to promote all of the good stuff, and we want you to donate. We've got a link here on the website for you guys to donate that you want to help for this particular promotion. But when you talk about Cardinals, and you talk about Tony La Russa, who just retired a few years ago as the Cardinals manager, you talk about his organization, what he does to help pets. And so it was kind of neat. Tony had the great opportunity, obviously, to get to hang out with the Cardinal Cowboy, right? And so we saw him coming out of an event, ran up to him. I said, Tony, how you doing? And he and I chatted a couple times before and know each other a little bit. So we stopped real quick, and it was actually his daughter that stopped, who I chat with on a regular, fairly, not a semi-regular basis. And I said, because we've only chatted on social media, and I said, are you? And she said, yeah. And I handed her the camera, and she took that picture. But again, how small is this world? How small is our community that if you just run around a little bit and you're a big Cardinal fan, you're going to end up meeting a lot of cool people. And most all of these people, they love to support their pooches and cats and dogs and these little furry animals that help it make us all happy. So I had to give a shout out there to my buddy Tony and what he does within the community and his organization. Now, his organization, as most people are aware of, is ARF, and so I give them a quick shout out here, but it's related to what we're talking about here, and that's it, ARF, Animal Rescue Foundation, and Tony's been kind of the spearhead for that for many years now and does a great job. So if there's any tie to the Cardinals related to pets and animals, it's ARF, Tony La Russa. But there's another well-known person. We gave it away earlier, but for those of you who have just tuned in, it's pretty cool. There's pretty cool, and Mike, I was saying in the outlying areas too, you get a little bit outside of that, I can see. We appreciate it, but we've got a bunch of chats coming in here. We'll address some of those in just a minute. Again, if you end up talking about probably the most famous person in St. Louis who really does a lot for pets, dogs, cats, furry friends, it's got to be Brooke Dubman. And if you ever watch any of his commercials, it's about it used to be almost all the time, but it's about every 5th commercial or so, it seems, that you'll see Brooke and a lot of times his sister, and they talk about their furniture and their store, and at the end they say, get your cat or dog spayed or neutered and pay attention to the love furry ones that we all love. And so when I started talking to the group here, and Dawn called me and said, Cowboy, would you like to be part of this stream also? I said, well, you know, the person that comes to mind that's the most involved with helping pets in our community is my friend Brooke, and he's the owner of Carroll House Furniture and has done an incredible job running a company now. I think it's been for 53 years. He took that over from his father when he was only 27 years old. His father got ill, and Brooke had already been working up the chain and been working on and been around. And we did a great interview on the Cowboy Judge show where we really got to find the background and how he became so successful and just the tips and tricks of the trade that you need to follow to be a successful business person. And Brooke has really done an incredible job doing that. So this interview we did with him is 42 minutes long. I'm going to skip through it a little bit. I will pull it up here as we get going, and then I'll play a little bit for you, and then I'll jump around a little bit because some of it we talk more business, some of it we talk a lot about pets. But he is on the board for a couple charities, and he talks about those charities and talks about how important pets and our little furry friends are in our lives, in our community, in our world. So as you can see here, this is the interview we had. This aired on ABC a few times, actually. The initial airing was about a month ago, and right before all this COVID stuff really kicked in. We had done this interview, and we pre-interview 7 to 10 or 12 interviews in one day inside that studio that's the kind of home for ABC. And so we had Angela Sharp. You can see Angela. She's up there in this corner. and she's with the Cardinals now. She's been with Tampa Bay Rays. She's been with the Blues, and she's been with Channel 5. And now she does a lot of great stuff in the community. Still working with the Cardinals, and everything's kind of on hold right now. But she was our guest host, and we asked her to come in to help us interview. Like I said, one of the most famous business people in St. Louis that most people know, and that's Brooke Dubman. You can see, and we made his title, as you can see here on the screen, Carroll House Furniture, business owner and philanthropist, because his philanthropy is all about helping pets, right? And making sure that everybody treats their pets responsibly. So that's really what Brooke is known for outside of being a successful businessman. It's really those two things, and that's why it was so key. And I texted him. I said, "Can you be on?" He said, "I'm busy," but he said, let's do it sooner, or do it earlier, and we'll record it. So I told him it'd be a 15 or 20 minute interview. It ended up being 42 minutes. We will not play the whole thing for you. Like I said, I'll kind of have some commentary in between, and we'll share it with you. But it's some great insight from a guy who is well respected, and he's an executive on the board for a number of charities. He's so respected in the community for helping people who love furry little animals, pets. And so we'll jump right into that here in just a second. He does have a beautiful lot. I told him I'd share one of his locations. This is the location close to where I grew up. This is Carroll House Furniture. This is the Valley Park location. I talk about how they could have 500 pets easily walked around in there enjoying looking some of his furniture when you go into that location. It's such a big location and such a beautiful place. You could even probably play a little game of baseball in there. It's such a big location. We talked about in the interview, you'll see, where we talked about, hey, a lot of people, this is probably the second best looking building in St. Louis behind Busch Stadium, and likely the ladies would like the furniture better. The guys like Busch Stadium a little better, but we could go to Busch Stadium and then afterwards go to Carroll House and pick up some furniture and help some pets along the way. But it's all related a little bit to what we've seen here with this whole COVID crisis, and we'll touch on that a little bit. Most people know enough about that, what's going on, and it affected a lot of businesses, and that's really kind of why we're doing this fundraiser. So with that, let me jump in. I'm going to pull up the interview that I had just uploaded. It is on Facebook. If you guys go to the Cardinal Cowboy page, it's on Facebook, on cardinalcowboy.com/Facebook. You'll see it there. But I also have a YouTube channel. I just got done talking with one of my consultants. He says, "Cowboy, it's time to start pumping up your YouTube." And so I probably will start doing that. The new software we've got is awesome to allow to post to multiple streams at once. We didn't do that tonight. I was thinking about it. But it's a great resource and allow us to now, because a lot of softwares you had to pick this channel or Facebook or LinkedIn, or LinkedIn's a little different, but YouTube and the like. But that's kind of where we're at. So let's jump back here. I want to go back to our slide for the show, and you can see there it is. And now we're going to put over this the video that we just recorded earlier today, and I want to make sure that the audio is good on this. And so we will pull that up, and there it is. And let's see that good. All right, there it is. Very cool. And now, let me actually move forward a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and grab the audio for this stream, and let's see how it sounds. This is going to be fun. All right, everybody. There we go. Sorry about that. There we go. And we'll see. And what I'm going to do real quickly here is pull this over, and I'm going to turn off our music or feedback that's coming through there. Let's go ahead and put this up on the screen and take a look, everybody. Here is Brooke Dubman in our interview earlier today. All right, everybody, enjoy as we stream live this and play this interview for everybody. I've been in my friend Brooke Dubman on live from a remote location. We work with this guy works all the time, and so we're going to bring him on what we've got going on here, advocate and support for pets, for animals, for furry monsters that we've got, the little guys that we all love. And Brooke, how are you doing today? I'll put you on a big wall up here. There you go. Hey, Carter, I'm doing pretty good. Awesome. So, Brooke, I appreciate you taking time to come on. There's a big live stream going on this weekend. And what I might do is pets and pet businesses. There's a lot of us who've been affected with all what's going on. And I've been involved with these streams. I'm much of a community advocate, as you know. And I said, I've got a friend, he's a pretty good guy, he's advocate for pets. And then I said his name, and they're like, you know Brooke W? He's awesome. I know he's good about helping pets and pets' rights and all the stuff that we do for the pet welfare. Tell you what, everybody, I'm going to fall. Pets are a huge part of our work. I apologize, everybody. I'm going to try to get this audio. Let me. We're trying a new audio thing here. So I'm going to describe this interview a little bit more before we continue, because I want to get this audio set up to go out right through the system. And there's an easier way to do that. We're learning our new technology, so bear with me, everybody. But as you can see, as Brooke is doing a great job, he was so informative and really knows his stuff about this related, these related topics that are so important with regard to all this. So let me pull him up on a app. We're trying a new audio on the app here, and I'm going to get his stream coming in right here. Here we go. We'll add this video. Because I want to get this audio set up to go out right through. And there's an easier way to do that. We're learning our new technology, so bear with me, everybody. And we'll put this right here on the screen for everybody to watch it live. There it is. Okay, Brad it was by default. It was the first one there, and there it is, and there it is. Okay, everybody, here we go.
And they're all chanting something strange, something about the king of cats being dead. And he thinks this is so weird, so he goes inside his home and he tells his wife, listen, I was just
ladies and gentlemen,
these cats carrying this coffin, and
this is a special edition
something about the king of the cats
of the Cardinal Cowboy Show. How's everybody doing today?
And he pops up.
We've got some excitement in the studio. Check out our title here, if you guys are noticing. This is a special broadcast including my friend Brooke Dubman, who is on live from a secure remote location. He's working. This guy works all the time. And so we're going to bring him on here to talk about what we've got going on here to advocate and support for pets, for animals, and little furry monsters that we've got, the little guys that we all love. And Brooke, how are you doing today? I'm going to put you on the big wall up here. There you go.
Witches who are caught cheating only turn into cats 8 times.
Awesome. So, Brooke, I appreciate you taking time to come on. There's a big live stream that's going on this weekend.
Only
to
have
support
9 lives
pets and pet businesses. There's a lot of them have been affected with all of what's going on. And I've been involved with these streams. I'm not much of a community advocate, as you know. And I said, I've got a friend, I won't say who, but he's a pretty good guy, and he's a big advocate for pets. And then I said your name, and they're like, Brooke Dubman? He's awesome. I know he's big about helping pets and pets' rights and all the stuff he did for the pets' welfare. And we talked a little bit before the show.
I'm not on video. We've got about 30 more minutes with the current show. Thanks for showing up early.
Happy and enjoy life, and they deserve to be taken care of and all the fun stuff. Tell us a little bit about
you're not kidding, because and at this time, the people that don't have pets,
their relative with
they don't know what they're missing, or they might be realizing it's time to adopt one right now, because everybody's lonely and bored at home, even with their families. So I'm enjoying mine at home now. And Carter, this is so funny because I see these late shows and everybody's doing these Zoom meetings, from home, and you know, they got these setups, and so I'm sitting in my office at work, and if I'm looking at the camera, I can't see you. I'm kind of. But if I'm looking at you, it looks like I'm looking down here.
We're live streaming.
And well, look at yourself. I've got you on the big TV wall. This is the Cargill Cowboy TV wall, and you are live and in charge right there. I've only given you 6 of the 9 screens that you're using, but I wanted to put you on here so everybody could see you.
And if I'm looking at myself, I'm looking over there. Anyway, no, this is cool. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, well, like I said, a lot of people do know you as a huge pet advocate. Tell me a little bit about the background. How did you become interested in pets? Was this a childhood thing? You just grew up loving the little furry guys? Or is it something happened with a pet that you recall as a whenever? Tell us, how did that come about?
Yeah, in my family, we've always had rescue pets, and I've always loved them. And as I grew up, my mom would rescue animals off the side of the road when she saw a stray, and so, you know, she'd take them to the vet, get them fixed up, and we would foster them until she found a loving forever home. And so over the years, I've just learned about more injustices to animals, and you know, and it's just a passion of mine to see what I can do to minimize or eliminate any unnecessary animal suffering.
Well, and that's about as cool as it gets. I mean, a lot of us are doing important things to try to help and support people, especially the loved ones that we have. But people have a huge emotional attachment to pets. I mean, dogs, cats. I have fish, and I've never. I mean, like, oh, I've had a number of my fish over time. Fish don't live as long as the rest of the pets out there generally, but it's a living creature created by God. I mean, am I sounding sappy here? But I mean, I don't like to see anything die. And these pets, man, they've really got emotion. You connect to them, and they're part of your lives. They're part of your family. What are your thoughts there, Brooke?
Oh, no kidding. You know, I mean, you know, everybody has a huge passion for the love of family members. But you know, your family members you're with the most or love the most, or I mean, they're still humans, and humans sort of get on each other's nerves at times, especially with all this isolation. And you know, the pets, you know, they're always forgiving, and they love you all the time, no matter what. So it's so unconditional. And you know, for those of you that haven't been able to experience that, then you know, I recommend going straight out to a great shelter this afternoon or tomorrow and adopt yourself one.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's I think you're right. So many people are just missing a big part of life if they haven't had you know, a pet that's part of their life, that's part of what they get to experience as a human on this planet. I adopted my up here as we talk a little bit, and I was an advocate in that I felt like, you know, I can't just get one pet, one dog, because my theory was that they would have a lot of fun, but they'd be lonely, you know, unless they'd be in the house when I'm there. But if I'm off working and I'm away or whatever, so I got 2 of the last beautiful dogs from a litter of dogs, and they turned into the most furry, fun animals. And for 13 years, they were part of my life. And finally, it was really sad when they finally passed on, and I'll go back to the fun about it. But it was really interesting when one passed, and then the other one that had survived, he was depressed. He literally was depressed, and he would go running around like he was trying to find him and bury himself trying to find him. And he didn't. And it was like they're like, you know, a lot of humans you hear about when one mate passes away and the other mate, then, you know, the wife or the husband, they just become so emotionally attached. And he was only around for like 2 more weeks, and then he went on and took over with his brother in doggy heaven.
Oh gosh!
But to me that was so touching. It's just like these animals are so much like humans. They're not humans per se, but they are so much like humans, and we connect with them so much. They really help fulfill our lives, and there's so much that they bring to this planet. It's just awesome to see what so many people like yourself do to help bring attention to the rights that, you know, animals. I mean, they're not like humans to say the right to speak and the right to attend church or whatever, but they do have, you know, they should be treated accordingly as living creatures. I truly believe it. I'll even share when my dogs first had their couple sicknesses. I looked it up later. I spent thousands of dollars. I could not euthanize them. A couple of people were like, "Why don't you just put them down?" I'm like, "No, man, they deserve. I'm going to put some money into this, and and they got to live an extra couple of years because of that." And that was so hard for me. Maybe I'm kind of a softie, but I just think animals are such a big part of our world, and it's hard to see anything. It's hard for me to kill a fly. It's like it's another creature from God, but especially pets. So tell us, why you're such a strong advocate. You talked about.
Well, they're lucky to have you, Carter. You're a good pet daddy, and
right.
And you were talking about pictures. So here's, if you could see this, there's my two kitty cats right there. They're drinking water out of the sink.
Yeah.
They have fun doing that, and I hate to see things suffer. You talk about, sure, I don't want them to die, but I do understand at times euthanizing, a pet in order to keep it from suffering. But you heard me talking about adopting, and that's the way to go. Don't purchase your animals. Definitely adopt, because the shelters like the APA is just wonderful, or Stray Rescue, or Open Door Animal Sanctuary. When people purchase pets, there's already too many, so that causes unnecessary suffering and more euthanasias, at shelters, and I highly recommend, people getting their pets fixed as well, and because that really minimizes and eliminates unnecessary animal suffering. So you would, as an example, we have the Carroll House Quick Fix Pet Clinic, and you can get your pets fixed there, and amongst any veterinarian or shelter, pretty much all of them do it. But the having your pets fixed makes the pets live happier and healthier and longer, and they make better pets for you too. There's a number of reasons why they make better pets, and so I highly recommend that, because when cats and dogs have puppies and kittens, there's just not enough homes for them all.
That's true. Yeah, you hear some of the horror stories, and that's why you want. I'm totally with you, and I've seen your commercials for a long time. You would even advocate to take some time out of your paid advertising. You were putting money up to, it's obviously doing what a businessman does for his business, but taking time out of that, which I rarely see anybody else do, to say, hey, by the way, let me advocate for these pets, these animals, right? And that to me was like,
absolutely.
This guy's, he's about it. Why did you feel compelled to do that? I guess
I love to sell furniture. I love our business. My dad started it 56 years ago, and I hope to be able to pass it on to my kids sometime. Hopefully they'll be interested in coming to work here. They work a little already, but at the same time, there's more important things in life than making money, and more important things in life than furnishings, I hate to say. And so charitable endeavors are high on my list, and and animal welfare is one of my favorite causes, and animal welfare doesn't seem to get as much publicity, or even as many people that are willing to help. So I've created, I think, a little more awareness in St. Louis to some of the situations, and brought a little maybe more focus on people doing things to eliminate unnecessary animal suffering, and so that's how I came about with that. It makes me feel good, and there's a lot of people I've seen that appreciate it, getting those kind of messages out there. And personally for me, it's not just pets. I love all animals. Cats and dogs make the best pets. Some people choose to have other kinds of animals for pets. I don't really advocate that. Most of the other animals don't make that great of pets. But I love every kind of animal. What I've come to realize is that farm animals and wild animals and all of them, they feel pain like you and I, and like the cats and dogs do, and they have their own personalities like you and I, and like those of us that know cats and dogs do. And so personally, I like to do things for all of them. And if I was recommending things to anybody that might be viewing or listening or interested, the biggest thing an individual could do to help animals would be to eat less of them. So, if they have a smaller portion of an animal, or every time they have a meal that is tasty, that it doesn't include an animal, that's what I recommend. And
I'll text you or just as soon as
very
right
animal
I'll be
friendly.
finishing up.
But in addition, like me, it makes you healthier and it makes you more environmentally friendly. So good tip for you.
Yeah, so it goes as far as, a lot of people do advocate a vegan diet or complete vegetarian. I'm not sure the difference between the two. I know there is a difference, but a lot of people do talk about the health benefits. I've got a strong advocate he's a dietitian, and he talks about if you eat meat, you better have the right blood type, or you're doing more damage to your body than good. And certain blood types.
And even with the right blood type, you're still doing more damage to your body than good. I highly recommend a vegan diet. Or a vegetarian diet, or at least just less consumption of animals makes people healthier. So it's funny. A lot of people don't know the differences of those definitions, and a strict vegetarian wouldn't eat only 4 things, and that's chickens, pigs, cows, and fish. Okay. Otherwise, they eat what everybody else eats. And a strict vegan, in addition to those 4 things, they wouldn't eat animal products such as dairy or eggs. For me, I just recommend less animal product consumption to be more animal friendly and to be more healthy and to be more environmentally friendly.
Yeah, well, that makes a lot of sense. And I've seen you. I met you personally. You're always in good shape. I guess that's very good, strong evidence that if you can be in good shape too. I know a lot of people. Now I'm starting to think, how many people do I know that are not in such good shape? Maybe this is a change to their diet. If they're not concerned about animals per se, at least they can be concerned about their own health and welfare. And the side benefit is that these animals are not being brought into that.
You're so right. You're so right.
Well, back to the core of this, we're trying to raise money for on the show. That this is a recording for people that we'll put on the show. I'm going to be broadcasting live, and Brooke you already have some other stuff going on tonight. I know you're busy. You're like, all right, I'm like, you got to take care of business, and that's a thing. You're a friend of yours that you got, and you're helping and whatever. But you've got going on. But we want to talk about how we're going to raise money for businesses who help serve pets. Right? There's obviously a lot of businesses out there that help groom and maintain. And I know you're a big advocate. I actually called the Humane Society today. They're so busy, it went to the voicemail a couple times. But I've been over there to advocate. And when I adopted my 2 dogs, I did adopt them from the Macklin, is that the Humane Society that they have over there? And it was great because I really felt like, there's lots of pets that are for sale for profit, which, okay, it's a business and that's better than letting them, I guess, not be taken care of. But if you really want to help...
No. I'll interrupt you there.
Okay, tell me.
Businesses that sell pets, that's all supply and demand. So I will tell you, don't give them any demand, and then they will breed less. And, definitely go to places such as the Humane Society, like you mentioned. In fact, they've got the newest, latest, greatest adoption center right down the street from our store here. So right in between us and Westport Plaza on Page Avenue.
Well, that's okay. So I understand. So I see what you're saying now, and I hadn't thought about that per se as, why. But you're saying if you go and more people buy from those places, then they just produce more pets, and they do these quote unquote puppy mills and the other things like that. They were just mass and there's never taken care of. It seems the way that a pet should be, and that's why you're saying that just promotes more of things that aren't necessarily good, right?
Oh, you're absolutely right. And whenever there's money involved, believe me, the pets aren't taken care of like you or I would take care of our pets, or like anybody that loves a cat or a dog would expect. So, it's not a business. Like to make money, compete with us in furniture or something. We treat our furnishings here at the store probably better than most people that are in the for-profit animal business. Now, you can count on the good not-for-profits such as the APA on Hanley or, Animal Protective Association.
Okay, well, that's something else to think about. It's just a lot of people don't realize when you're talking about if you really care about pets and you care about animals, think about the source and what they do and how that, I know the puppy mills thing is an issue, but it hadn't processed that. So you learn something new every day, Brooke, and you're a successful business person, so you understand the process of businesses, and especially somebody who's been so close to the pet world and advocate for pets, it makes sense that you would say, well, let me explain to you a little bit, think this through. And whenever you think things through, then new ideas come to light. And now so I'm very glad that I didn't buy pets at a pet. Well, I adopted them from the Humane Society, right? It's different the way you do. You don't buy them, you're adopting them, and it's more.
Absolutely, and and go to a recognized, known shelter. Yeah, because there's a lot of these places now that act like a little rescue, and they're actually a front for puppy mill and for breeders. So don't get fooled like that.
I gotcha. Okay, very cool. So let's share a little bit about. We got a couple slides here that we always talk about. Some of the supporters that are part of our organization. I'm going to keep you on the screen here, though, Brooke. I'm going to zoom it down a little bit. I can control the size of that window. So let me bring that. But then you can kind of play along with me here because you're going to know about some of these things because you're an advocate. So let me. We're using this through Zoom. A lot of people, everybody's familiar with Zoom. Now, I've had a Zoom account for about 4 years. But now Zoom's become real popular given what we've got going on with in our world right now. But there we go. So we've got you in the corner, and then I will pop this up here. Let me share with everybody. And the next slide, the Wentzvillian, the new Wentzvillian, Brooke. You know the judge. You were a guest on the Cowboy Judge show. I invited you to come on.
Heck yeah, love it.
And he owns and runs I don't know if you own a web funnel page, but a Facebook page. I guess you're the owner technically. So he runs this Wentzville for St. Charles Countonians. I used to say it's Countians, I guess. But it's a whole.
Yeah, Mike Carter's awesome.
And yeah, Mike's awesome. What did you think when you came on the show, the Cowboy Judge show, when we had you on?
Had a great time, and what a great, interesting guy to talk to.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to be able to have the ear of a judge who obviously is also a lawyer to say, hey man, well let's talk, and he doesn't charge you $400 an hour, right? And so it was cool to have his insight and just kind of his perspective on the world and having you on there combined. I felt like, man, I've really lucked out here having a couple of the best known business / leaders in our community allow me to talk to him on a TV show where we kind of just help share the stuff going on in the community. But he runs that New Wentzvillian fan page, and we're actually streaming it live. We just shared it to that page as well. So that's why we talk about it.
I hate to say, but my favorite was Angela Sharp, and you probably
Well, we have her on for good reason. She helps bring the audience in a little bit, and she knows what she's talking about. She's a real professional when it comes to interviewing. And she asked the question of the show, and if you don't mind, I'll bring this up, but that was, you like nice things. Where did that come from? And when we got into that discussion, because I said we're going to do judges, well, let's see if we can all do that. So I brought it up, and we did it. And then I dropped the ball to say, I didn't ask, where did that come from? The story you gave us was incredible. And you realize how awesome that is. That jingle now has been around for how many decades? And that's your catchphrase, right? That's what everybody knows you for.
It's hard. Most people, if you said because you like nice things, they might come back with the answer of Carroll House Furniture, or possibly even Brooke, or maybe even just they're going to know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, they hit the nail on the head there. If you want to get more of that story, we won't tell the whole story right now, but it's live streamed and recorded. It's played on ABC a couple times, by the way, Brooke. We wanted to play that show a few times, so we got ABC said they always have slots, so they have needed more airtime, and they asked if we could put on. Absolutely, play it again. And
that's still that whole thing is still sitting right near the top of my Facebook page and near the top of Carroll House's Facebook page. If anybody wants to take a look at it.
Yeah, very fun. And you really give some great tips about how to run a business professionally in our world today. And that was where I was just like, wow, here's a guy giving away golden nuggets for anybody who wants to start a business and understand how you survive and prolong and proliferate and then be able to really help and give back like you've done. Grade A, it was awesome. Watch that show. Go to YouTube and type in Cowboy Judge Brooke and it'll show up, or you can just go to cowboyjudge.com and you can see all of our shows out there. That was awesome.
Thanks. And now we're sitting here trying to figure it out during COVID. That was just before, and it's and all those things sort of pertain. Right now we're lucky that we've got 3.5 acre stores, so that although we've only got the one open at this time, so that we can easily have in addition to the cleanliness policies, we can easily have the 6-foot distancing. So that works for us with private shopping trips, on Wednesdays and Fridays at our Maryland Heights store.
Really? I didn't know that. So that's a good point. And a lot of businesses, and I wanted to see if you wanted to talk about the whole COVID issue, and it's affected every business. And you were willing to even say, yes, it's affected you too. How do you, furniture. I mean, it doesn't seem like everybody's shopping for furniture every day, so things may not have slowed down a whole lot. But you're saying it has impacted you. But
goodness, there's, like what hasn't been impacted? Most everything has, either a little or a tremendous amount. And furnishings are something that a lot of people can put off. And on the other hand, everybody's stuck at home and they want to be comfortable and enjoy themselves.
so there we go. I had got my audio back on there. We were down for just a second there. But we do so greatly appreciate Brooke Dubman being on our show. We're live back here to our live stream. And thank you guys so much for tuning in and being part of this. A couple things I did promise that I would share with you guys. Here is the picture of my dogs. All right, and I've got one from when my dogs were very young, little puppies, and then where they became full-grown, lovable, furry animals, and really just made my life that much cooler, and helped me to just enjoy about 13 years of my life. So I do appreciate what they've done too. So everybody take a look here. I'm going to make sure there it is. We got our audio. And check out this quick little montage. I'm going to switch back over to my big monitor back here, and you'll see as we go through. Take a look at these cute little furry monsters. And check out this quick little montage. And I'll move out of the way here, and you can see on this particular picture, I should probably step all the way over here, but that is Blue Bear and Tigger back when they were brand new puppies. And you can see that, I recognize that is, well, we used to get confused about this little picture. Is that Blue Bear or Tigger on the left or the right? And I think it's Tigger on the left and Blue Bear on the right. And the reason we named them as such was because Tigger would jump all the time. And he was always jumping. So he's like Tigger from the movies where the tiger that they called him Tigger, and he would always be jumping around. And so that's what the name he got. The other beautiful little puppy there, he's got one blue eye, and he looked like a little bear when we first got him. So that's how they got their names. You can see how these dogs grew up pretty quickly. And while here, they're pretty big dogs by this point. And we'd gotten them trained and done a lot of fun stuff with them, and they became lovable, fluffy dogs. Blue Bear, the one on the right, you can see he does have one blue eye. You can't really tell in that picture, you might be able to tell, but he has one blue eye, kind of what they call Siberian Husky, Malamute, they told me, and then Labrador mix is what they were saying these guys were. I did get them from the Humane Society, so there wasn't no definite breeding or anything going on there, so they were guessing as to what they were, but I did adopt them from the Humane Society over off Macklin. And they were the last two from the litter. I couldn't believe these were the last two left because they were such beautiful dogs and great little puppies. And we adopted them from the Humane Society. And then Tigger then on the left. And this is when they were about, 5 or 6 years old at this point. Here they are kind of just as puppies again. Like I used to be able to get to tell them, I said, all right, now sit. All right, paw. It makes me want to cry. I do have their ashes here at my house, actually. And you can see they were well trained. I was told to get them trained, and we paid for training help keep them so they could enjoy their life and would be, a decent. It's like training. It's like raising kids, right? You want to make sure you raise them the right way, and that's what we did for our beautiful little boys here before they went to doggy heaven just a couple of years ago. And you can see we did it. Train them to we'd say down, and they would both lay down and stay in control and were very well behaved. I didn't have a true fence. I had a regular, what they call the doggy fence, the wireless fence, and it kept them in the inside the perimeter that they were supposed to stay in. Only one time did they get out in 13 years, and that could have been left more easily done with a gate or whatever. So I personally, somebody give me their perspective on what you do there with the different containment systems that are out there. But this really, I think it worked great. Gave them complete freedom to be able to run up and see the other animals, but they would not leave the perimeter, and they just had a great life. And doggy door in my basement, to go in and out whenever they wanted, 24 hours a day. And I really love these guys. And then final picture here, I'll go ahead and I'm going to also share some of we do have a couple stream titles we'll put on here so everybody can see this too. But Stream-a-thon for Pets, Stream-a-thon-for-pets.com, and there's Blue Bear and Tigger helping support the cause. And my final picture, this is my favorite, but look at these guys. So beautiful, so just proud, and they would stand up and sit up, and that's the backyard that they would run around in, and they were great because they really were well maintained and very, very just proud and very cool. And a couple times I did have to chase off a raccoon that they cornered, or a squirrel that they cornered. One time I found Blueberry with a turtle in his mouth, but love him because I pulled the turtle out, freed the turtle, took him far away outside of the perimeter. At both houses I've had that perimeter, and saved the turtle from any kind of torture. But these guys are just wonderful little pets, and they made my life very fulfilled and fun. So if you would, please check it out. Go to Stream-a-thon-for-pets.com. You can see they've got a live feed going on there. Maybe I can pull that up for you guys, and we'll show you guys. Get yourself on that page because you can very easily donate a little bit, whatever you can afford to put into this little great cause they've got going. Check it out. And go to Stream. I'm going to put it up here for pets. There it is. .com. And here we are. We'll pull up their Facebook page, and you'll see it here. Very cool. And get the links and all of what you need to for what they're doing to make a great little world for our favorite furry animals out there. I'll go ahead and put that back up. You can see it right here is that live stream they've got going. And what we're doing live to be on this show, and we appreciate it. All right, everybody, it's right at midnight. I told everybody I would finish my show right on time. And let me see, check my watch. We're at 11:59. So, again, thanks, everybody. I'm the Cardinal Cowboy. Big pet advocate, have had pets all my life. Love the Cardinals, love my pets, love your friends, love your family. Let's get through this COVID thing. I think we're about to come through it. We understand now the real parameters of what's going on, and we're kind of controlling this thing, containing everything, and we're going to come out of this stronger. But it's been a lot for a lot of people to deal with. So please take time to donate and frequent your businesses, your local businesses, including the pet businesses, and everything you can do to help support these furry little animals that really do have a huge impact on our lives. Many people do understand that they're part of the family, and we want to keep them that way for as long as they can on this little planet. These little guys I have made it 13 years, and if it wasn't for them being in my life, there certainly wouldn't have been something missing in my life that I wouldn't have had. But because they were in it, life was good. So. Do the same thing. If you ever are going to donate when you adopted some dogs, do so. But do it at one of the not-for-profit shelters that you can get a dog from. And it's not it's not a where you buy one of the pets. That's just, when there's pets out there that are in need of a home, you can get them from one of these shelters, and they're friendly and furry, and they do all the vaccines and shots and everything you need, and you're really helping an animal that's been kind of left out on its own, which a lot of us obviously need to do to help this little plant do a better job of helping our little partners in crime around the world. So I'm sending a text here to these guys because it's right at midnight, and hopefully they will take up from here, and they're going to show you guys a quick commercial. So again, please donate. Stream-a-thon for pets.com, and you can make a donation. There is also on my stream here, you can see, and let me pull that up, and I will show you that particular link. And I just wait for these.
Be sure to visit our sponsor, Mirage Pet Products. Made in the USA, Mirage will be presenting programming just for your pet throughout the Stream-a-thon. Please take a moment and visit www.miragepetproducts.com. And thank you, Mirage, for being a supporter of pets and people. Now, please enjoy a video just for your pet.
Social media is going to the dogs, and cats, and birds, and reptiles. Connect to the world of pets with Pet Pal, an app for pets and pet lovers like you. You love your pet, and nothing makes you happier than a wagging tail or contented purr. And you are not alone. There are 85 million pet parents in the United States, and that number grows every day. It's all about pets at Pet Pal, and all about creating a community where you can build that bond with your furry, feathered, or scaly best pal every day. Pet Pal makes it easy to be part of an entire world devoted to pets and the people who love them. A world where you can reach out to like-minded people who like to share and love stories, advice, videos, and pictures just as much as they want to see and hear from you and your pet. You can find information and resources all in one place, with feedback and discussion from actual pet lovers. Search for videos by topic for specific breeds and breed information. Create profiles for you and your pet. Stay up to date with a pet-specific news feed. Learn about rescues and shelters that need you, and so much more. Laugh, learn, and love every day on Pet Pal. Get the scoop at petpal.com now. Pet Pal, for the love of pets.
Hi everyone. Romeo and I are at Fosse Studios with Fosse Cider.
Hi!
And we are about to start our photo shoot for the launch of America's Top Dog Model 2020 contest, Fairy Tales. And Romeo, as America's Top Dog Model Ambassador, will show top dogs how to portray our theme, Fairy Tales. And you can visit americastopdogmodel.com for contest details. Who will be America's Top Dog Model?
First off, thank you for watching. You have many other choices of entertainment, and you chose us. And that already means a lot. As we forge into an uncertain economic future, we must be patient, we must be strong, and we must continue to communicate and help each other. As a pet-minded community, we've come to rely on small businesses. We love them, we need them, and we do not want them to go away. Stream-a-thon for Pets is a fundraiser designed to aid those small pet businesses. Join us in this cause and tune into our 24-hour live stream-a-thon. Help us raise funds for these small businesses by sending us a tax-exempt donation. Click the donation button to help us now.
And we're back live here on Stream-a-thon for Pets, coming to you live from NextCore in St. Louis. Stream-a-thon for Pets is a fundraiser for small and independent pet businesses in need of relief from the COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of them are looking for financial relief to get through these tough times. If you have the capacity to donate, please consider a small donation by going to streamathonforpets.com. Every little bit is going to help keep these essential pet businesses in business, for lack of a better term. So we appreciate any support that you are able to provide in these tough times. We're all in this together. We are bringing you live programming over 24 hours. We started at 4 p.m. Central today. We're continuing through actually a 25th hour that we have just announced called That Pug Life, which will be great, a lot of fun. So 25 hours of programming to raise money for small and independent pet businesses and rescues. There is a list of rescue organizations and small and independent businesses that you can find on our website, streamathonforpets.com. We thank everybody for tuning in. We are now in the 12 o'clock hour. We are officially into Saturday morning. And our next guest is Amina with Bridging Worlds. And if you are into the psychic world, the psychic realm, or you're interested in how that works, I am not someone who the dead speaks to, but that's why we have Amina on. Amina, welcome to the show. You are the expert, the pet psychic, and I understand you communicate with people as well.
Yeah, for some reason, the people who pass on tend to follow me around. It's not creepy because it's like, you walk down the street and somebody walks by you, you go, oh, okay. There's usually a message. There's usually a reason. And I have learned as I've grown as a psychic, because I haven't done all this publicly for very long. You can ask them to leave. They don't have to follow you around. I didn't know that for a while. I was like, well, what is going on? And so it's really great to have a community that I have now that says, no, set some rules, set some guidelines, go away, I'm off, I'm on vacation or whatever. But really, I was born hearing the animals. When I was about 4 or 5, I would say something to my brothers and sisters. I'm youngest of 5, and they would look at you funny and go, what? I'd say, he said that. Didn't you hear? He said blah, 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 blah. And they'd look at you funny. And even as a child, you go, yeah, I don't think anybody hears what I hear. So you stop talking about it. So I have worked with animals my whole life. Wildlife sanctuaries, the first one I was 14, where the animals that were coming from Hollywood or retired, we had Arctic foxes in the high desert. That's not an oxymoron. That's just, that was the sanctuary that we had. Working with difficult abused animals, people were allowed to have wildlife. A full-grown wolf hated men because he'd been abused by a man. So I got to take care of him a lot. So coming forward, working in a vet clinic, working as a trainer, working in another wildlife sanctuary in Los Angeles, just spreading that knowledge of just love. I love the trees, the plants, and all of that nature. So.
Well, we are pleased to have you here. Like I said before, that is a skill set that I don't have. So I'm always interested to learn more. And, I'm sure you're going to cover a lot of this in your presentation, but how does one even find out, that an animal that's passed or a person that's passed is communicating with them? And it's not just like, I'm hearing voices in my head. I just want our viewers to understand like the difference, it's not like someone's just talking to you in your head or you're hearing multiple voices, I would assume, right?
Well, yeah, and you need to talk to an MD on schizophrenia because I'm not an expert and you're not, and maybe the similarities are truly close. And so it's knowing that. And what I have found is I had just moved back to the Bay Area in California. So I'm no longer in Southern California, and surrounded myself with people who've done this their whole life. That has been truly the best blessing. One of my mentors is in her 80s, and she does it full-time, talks to dead people. She goes to, memorials and things, and she has to be careful because it's not as fun as people think. People are still there. I wouldn't recommend the Titanic to her if it was not in the ocean, because her gift is there. But that's who I go to, somebody who's lived it, worked it. And I said, okay, for example, I had my first real intense person who'd passed on was my best friend's sister. And she was young. and she died of lung cancer, never smoked a day in her life. So all very tragic. And this is my best friend. And of course, my heart is broken for her. Well, her sister showed up in a restaurant, Panera Bread, by the way, if we're going to advertise, with a whole crowd of lunch people. And her sister's sitting there going, tell her, tell her, tell her. And I'm thinking, I didn't even tell her I can hear you. Wait a minute. This is going to be a really tough conversation. So I didn't know I had the right to say, no, not now. No, this isn't the time. And you can, just like your relationship or my relationship, I agreed to come and help with this wonderful fundraiser. You have that right in the spiritual world too. And I'm just a baby at it. I own that completely. I have heard animals forever, and I talk to them all the time. So my children and I talk to our pets. And I really, really heavily recommend this, because when you get to the vets, when you get to a trainer, when you get to somewhere and that pet is used to being spoken to and understands how you feel when you yell, scream, laugh, they understand all your energy of what you feel. So you know how easy that trainer or that doctor or the vet has, because that animal's been handled nicely, cuddled and hugged and pet and nails split, that you have to handle an animal to do all that. So when they know communication, also human communication, and you say sit, and guess what? The butt hits the ground. It can save their life from running out in the street. It's the same as talking to your child. Don't run out in the street. It's not good. So a dog can be saved life if he has that respect for you and sits and comes back before he injures himself. So it's a communication. I talk a lot about communication. I'm doing a lecture for Mother's Day on mothers are not just women. Men can nurture and love and give, and it's about communicating, that level of what you need.
Yeah. And so, appreciate you saying that. That's a great point. Everything, living and not living, it boils down to communication and clear, direct communication. So
that thing you just said, everything boils down to communication.
Now, I don't want to come across as I'm making light of what you do. This is your profession, and I can tell you're, excuse me, that you're very passionate about what you do. You're very knowledgeable in what you do. And I'm excited to learn more. This is just a question that I would imagine you might get, or maybe some skepticism that certain people have. So what you do, is that like talking to ghosts, or does it border on like the supernatural, or, help clarify exactly what, animal communication is, communicating with people. Because I think there are a lot of stereotypes out there, and people think more along the lines of like the supernatural, like the Ouija boards and things like that. And like I said, I mean no disrespect at all. I was
a perfect question. It's an absolutely perfect question. And as I said before we got started, I got to see some of your previous interviews. This is why I thought this was a great format for us, because you really get to a question that I think our audience is going to have. And you've got to tap on that. And I want to appreciate that you caveated with respect for me and for anybody who has a gift that they're not sure what to do with. It was very terrifying when I was told to go public. I was like, what? Tell me out loud, really? Because in the wildlife sanctuary arena, that's not okay. Because they're worried about just what you said. What do you hear? What do you do? You're going to be the one who puts your hand in the cage because the tiger loves you or can hear you. Well, he'll still bite you. So don't do that. So to get back to your original question, what I have learned now, filling my world with other psychics of every dimension. All of us here slightly different. It's exactly, you got a beard and I don't, and you're 6'2" and I'm 5'2". We're all individuals. How we change our color of our skin, our color of our eyes, it's all individual. So reading is individualistic. Our gifts are very individualistic. So that's why it's great to sometimes shop around if you're looking for somebody who can read or help or a trainer or something. I'm hoping for me and my clients, I bring not only what I can hear their pet talking about and saying, but I can also hear and help them with a training issue to say, okay, you didn't get them down to a sit stay. And they go, oh, what's a sit stay? That's a training issue. But I can have that conversation because I'm trained as a trainer also. So we're all, our gifts are different. So what do we hear is different. And I don't want to leave you there as a non-answer. I can give you my example. When somebody who has passed on comes to me, they come in and I can feel that I'm not alone anymore. I don't, if you went into a room, let's see if this works. If you went into a dark room, you know, like those scary rooms where they purposely scare you and you're supposed to figure out how to get out or something like that. But somebody like in Halloween time walks in and you feel, wait a minute, I'm not alone anymore. That's kind of how it feels. You're not sure because you can't see them, but you feel like the air changed or the air's closer, or do you know what I mean? You kind of nod in your head, so I'm hoping that I'm making sense here. So it changes. You can, somebody can feel that somebody's standing beside them. For me, I feel it in my head. I don't feel a physical presence. I don't see a physical presence. And I can ask them, what I didn't know in the beginning is I can also ask them to go away, I can ask them to come in. So that was a lot of control, saying, no, not now. It's not the time. And by the way, you're dead and you got lots of time. We can do this later. And having that control over my own life was really empowering with talking to people who have done this much longer. And I'm still doing it very organically because it's who I am. I'm light and I'm kind of funny and jokey and all that kind of stuff, because I wanted people to love living and love what they do. And if we can, each of us, help somebody to do it better, why not? So that's kind of what it's like for me. If a pet has left, it's the same thing. They will walk up in spirit, but I could feel and see them. I don't ask my clients for pictures because I want the energy of the animal. I want to know if they're happy, sad, mad, glad, starving, abused. You know what I mean? All those strong emotions. And I don't need a picture to see that, because they want to know, why is he chewing on the couch? Well, there's usually a reason. He's not just mean and hates you, or he hates the couch. There's usually a reason.
It's funny that you say that. So I do want to highlight, so you not only communicate with animals and people who have passed, but you can understand the languages and the behaviors through communication with animals now. So you're also a trainer, and you work with animals with behavior issues. And I ask because it's funny what you said about the couch. Jen, who's on this call with us, she has a wonderful puppy named Rex. Okay. Rex, just to give you an idea, I say one.
He must be there because Jen is moving all over. Oh, how adorable!
But so he's adorable. He's cute. He's great. Sweet. But she had an in-home camera that she could watch her dog. And we might even have the footage somewhere, but he camera. That's the type of behavior that he has, but he's very lovable.
But he's chewing on the couch?
So she's going to be on later with a trainer who's going to try to work through some of these issues.
Wonderful.
She would love to learn how to better communicate with him as well.
He has destroyed a sofa that I didn't care about.
The whole sofa?
Well, yeah, he ripped off all the fabric in front of it, but it was atrocious, and it came with the house, and we needed to get rid of it anyway.
So you manifested that you wanted to get rid of the couch.
I thought that he just had good taste in furniture. Then he attacked my memory foam mattress.
Ow, that's expensive.
And game is on, yeah. And then he ate the Fire Stick, so we can't even watch TV anymore. I'm not sure what his agenda is.
Well, if the trainer's going to be amazing and that kind of stuff, and I always go to the professionals of, have you taken him to a vet? If we're talking about chewing, gnawing, itching, any of that kind of stuff, you want to first find out, is there a chemical imbalance? And that's a blood test. That's a vet knowing he can see a rash or a hot spot. I highly believe in that. All of us animal people need to be just a pack of support, because we each have our own gifts. We each have our own niche, but we all are on the same pack. I'm using an animal term. We're on the same team. So I always say, when you have something this strong, the first and foremost is rule out medical. Rule out something that because if they have an allergy, they can scratch so much, or the fabric of whatever you've chosen, or the foam in the bed. People have allergies to the most strange things. pets do too now, because they are habituated to us. They're in our world more than they're out in the wild. And so we have gotten all kinds of allergy issues. You can see skin hotspots and everything. I always say, make sure you've checked with your vet. Really let them know what's going on and see if there's anything they see that this maybe he's not up on, or he had a reaction to a shot and he's kind of itchy all over, so he takes it out on whatever is chewable, or his teeth hurt, or his gums hurt. We don't know, but you're doing the right thing. You check with a professional. You check with the trainer. And then a lot of people end up with me because they're like, I tried it all. Just tell him to stop. And then I tell them something they said and they go, oh, my bad.
Yeah, my new technique has been grabbing them and looking straight in the eyes and just telling them what I want.
Yeah.
And then he goes away for a little bit.
Because he just figured you had your temper tantrum and you come back and you get over it.
Furious this time.
Yeah. We had a dog that jumped, and the trainer showed us a small part on it, and he's a giant dog, and I had a 4 and 5-year-old, and just off, and it was a quick grab the face and off. It wasn't a yank, and it was so instantaneously shocking that he went, oh, I don't like that. So then he jumped around here, and then he finally just stayed on the ground and went, oh, well, this isn't getting anywhere. But it's a progression of knowing, asking those really great questions, and your trainer's going to know, but make sure you check in with your vet too.
That's really good advice.
So for our viewers that are maybe just joining us or just tuning in, we are on with Amina from Bridging Worlds. Amina is an animal communicator. As you can see on the sign, pet psychic, promoting love, understanding, and resolutions for animals with people. So, when I read that, to me, that tells me that you work with people as much as you work with animals in terms of modifying behavior or communicating a message clearly. Is that accurate?
100%. So, because I hate to tell you guys, you always get the truth from me, and I probably will apologize if I'm going to say something rude or terrible or have to say something sad, but it's usually our fault. It's something we have introduced, something that they don't like, something they're reacting to. Animals are pretty basic, but we can. Now, this is my personal opinion. I really hate what we've done with the breeds of dogs and cats too. We have made them this big and this much hair and this bigger ears and these longer legs. Shepherds and the herding breeds now have hip dysplasia issues. We caused a lot of disharmony in the breeds because we wanted a wiry, curly, short, tall. Have you been to a dog show? That's just magical how they're just weird. They're just the weirdest looking things. They do not look like a wolf. The wolf would not know what those dogs are. But in that genetic mutation of breeding in or breeding in, everybody crossbreeding, is you're getting behavioral changes where I don't know if I'm a herding breed or I'm a lap dog. So do I run and bark or do I sit and sleep? Because they're confused. So you need to realize, what breed are you dealing with? What exercise should they have? If it's a teacup poodle, maybe going on a bike ride where he runs alongside is probably not a good idea because he won't survive. But a shepherd, a border collie, any of these, they're working dogs. They need to be out there with you and jogging, and they would be so happy. And then they won't be eating the furniture. But that's what the trainer is going to talk to Jen about, is what's her lifestyle like and what breed she has and what dog personality does she have. And then what do you guys do together to create a harmonious life?
Yeah, I mean, that's, you hear a lot about, and I've heard this from trainers a lot, that dogs or cats or any animal picks up on the cue of their, for lack of a better term, owner or parent. Some people prefer.
We'll use both and make everybody happy.
Yeah. So, but they pick up on your cues, on your body language, and that's what they respond to.
Yes.
And so a lot of times, in terms of fixing a problem behavior, it's as much about the person as it is the animal, and whether it's body language, whether it's some sort of emotion that you're emoting. Certainly we see that all the time, when people are hurting or they're sad, that's when your pets get cuddly. I mean, they respond to something that you're putting off that you may not even know that you're putting off. Maybe it's some sign of weakness, and that dog is or animal is trying to exhibit some sort of dominance.
Right.
There's a multitude of factors, and
why is specialists are so important, and why so many? Because exactly what you said, this is complicated. This is not a fix my dog, send it out, and because you can send your pets to a trainer. You absolutely. There's fabulous trainers that you can send them away and bring them back. But what a good trainer will say then is, now we have to work at the house and your issues, because maybe the dog had an issue that he needed to recover that a trainer could just really narrow down, or therapy that they needed to do away. But that in the meantime, the family needs to get their act together so that we're not repeating that same behavior. If you're worried about, I don't know, somebody being abusive or alcoholic in your family, but there's still 7 cases of alcohol in the house, it might not work. It's the same thing. What happens if Jen finds out that the couches she's choosing create maybe an allergic reaction in his nasal, which drives him crazy, and he attacks the couch to get rid of? We don't know. There's discovery. There's discovery to be had. For me, I hear some of the internal conversation. I get to hear. Now, a dog's not going to know I don't like the couch because it bothers my nose. He doesn't have that kind of ability to have that conscience. But if he keeps showing me that his nose hurts, I'm going to say, okay, something he's smelling, scenting, whatever, is burning his nasal cavity. You need to figure out that. So I can at least narrow that down in that conversation, and that kind of stuff. I get, your pets will tell the truth. Be prepared. If you go to a pet psychic, you might. I do a class in Northern California, so people can just come and try me out for cheap and have a good experience, because everybody's bank account is different. So I want to make sure I offer lots of levels. So I do this through Meetup. And in that class, the nice thing is you get to hear everybody else's story. You get to hear what you and I are talking about is different training techniques and what worked for them, and take that all home. Maybe it works for you. So I was doing one of my classes and finished with this young lady and was moving on to the next student. And I went, well, wait a minute, because the dog came back and said, she's in danger. Now, this class happened to be all women. You should see those chairs turn in, and we're like, who do we kill? all 10 of us, who do we kill? And I said, wait a minute, why are you in danger? And she said, oh, he told you. Yeah, somebody threatened your life. Why? What, wait a minute. How do we help? Because somebody said, I'm going to kill you. And the dog said, she's in danger. I need to protect her. She had her boyfriend had threatened her life. So these really, as you said, high energy, high feelings. If you feel in danger, if you feel really sad, and all this, how many times have we had a pet watch us cry at a movie and come over and snuggle you? Because they're like, oh, mommy's sad. I don't know what's going on, but mommy's sad. That box makes her sad. They feel, because it's energy. Animals are very, very much about, what are you feeling? How are you feeling? Is this guy good, bad, ugly, whatever? And they understand that. Let me give you another example. I have a client that is elderly, and so I do home visits for her. I don't do very many of them because, again, I have to be pretty close and it's too expensive for most people. So she said, I have a issue and I need to talk to you. So all night, now I'd read for her for a year, so I knew her pets. Her cat bothered me, followed me around for the whole 12 hours before I saw her, and kept saying, we're dying. We're dying. We're dying. All for 12 hours, we're dying. I'm thinking, how do you tell somebody, by the way, you're dying? I don't know how you do that. But I am going to be honest. I'm going to be nice, but I'm going to have to say, I get to tell this woman she's dying? Really? Okay. And that's all the cat would talk about, is that they were dying. I'm thinking, okay, he's using an inclusive because he's very close to her. And it was a rescue, blah, 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 blah. So I get to her home and I'm talking to her and she said, well, I need to know, because I'm very, very sick, is when I pass away, what does he want me to do with him? I said, I got the answer to that. He said, we're dying. And she said, oh, okay, so he wants to go with me. So she would have him euthanized because she had no one to care for him. But with that information and all the work we did that day, she got medical care for herself. She stayed on her medication. She got the cat medicated. I gave her because I've worked in a vet clinic, so I was able to give her some creams and things that he needed. And guess what? We're 18 months later and nobody's dying. But it's the conversation at the moment.
So I have some questions, and I also want to invite any of our viewers out there, if you have questions, if you include them in the chat, we'll make sure to ask those on air with Amina. So take me through the process just a little bit of how you establish a connection. It doesn't matter if that animal is right there in front of you, or if it's if the animal is
living, dead, or in Nevada. It doesn't.
Exactly. So how do you initiate that process? You mentioned that you can like shut it off, or you can like turn it on. Is it like a light switch, or like how?
No, it's an emotion for me. It's a feeling. So Jen is talking about her dog. I can feel the dog through her emotions, and I can tap into and again, my gift. So I'm not speaking for any other psychic. Everybody has it different from what I understand. So for mine, I don't ask for a picture. I don't want that complication. I don't want to know I'm looking for a black cat with a white spot and go. It's irrelevant unless you want me to fix their fur or something. What I want is their soul, their energy. I want to know when you walk down the street and you meet a new person, you know, oh, I want to be friends with them. I don't know why I want to be friends with them, because you feel a connection to them. Women are really great about this, of feeling that connection, but men are also, they just don't maybe think about it. So you go, why is that your best friend? I don't know. We like playing basketball together. But why do you like to play basketball? Because he's fun. I like his energy. So for me, let's say you ask me about your dog. I don't know if you have a dog, but let's say you have a dog and you say, Jake is doing this weird stuff. So what I listen to is the words you say. And I introduce myself through you because I need an introduction for Jake to talk to me. So for me, I do it through this channel, Jake hears you talk to me and gives permission for me to talk to him, because he's like, oh, Dad's talking to her. We'll talk to her. And you're calm and you're interested, or you're emotionally because you're crying or laughing or whatever. You'll have energy. So then that dog will. That's why I have clients in Europe and all over the world, because we only need that phone call. I don't need a picture. I don't need digital for my gift. I need your energy. I need you to tell me a story about them. I need to tell things like, how did you guys get adopted? How did he find you? These things that bring up high emotions. They had a car accident. You tell me about the car accident, how they got hit. And you're sad, you're angry, but do you feel what I'm talking about? You're talking about the emotions of that relationship. And guess what? That animal steps in and says, oh, no, I want, or this. I have been turned down where they said, no, we're not talking about that, because that's not good for them to know.
So that I mean, it's fascinating to me. And you can absolutely, like, I don't even know if this is how it works, but you know, I don't want to put you on the spot, certainly.
Go ahead. That's what live is for.
So like through Zoom, say, is there a way that like you could connect with me and read me? And, you know, I haven't on air, and I assure you before that, like, I haven't mentioned anything about any pets that I may or may not have.
No, I've never. That's why I'm thinking. I don't think I've heard you say you have a pet. So do you have a pet?
So right now I have 2 dogs, and I have a community cat that is comes and goes. I did have 3 dogs.
You did bring up that cat.
The oldest one, who was my first, he passed away from natural causes about a year and a half ago.
What was a breed?
He was a Ridgeback Shepherd mix.
That's why CBA. Okay. What do you want to know?
Well, you know, I mean,
what are you willing to publicly put on out there that you want to know?
Well, you know, I was really emotional, and you know, it was I reacted even more than I thought because it was the first pet that I had ever had, and it was.
How long were you together?
It was really one of those situations where I left for work in the morning, and I came back at night. And by the time I got home, he just was not himself. I could not figure out what was wrong, and it was a situation with like some internal issues. And we took him to the vet, the emergency vet, and then later on he had cardiac failure because he just, he did. And I guess it was his time, but it was just so sudden that, it took a long time to process that. And, but he was a fantastic dog, a great dog.
How long were you guys together?
Over 10 years. So, yeah, he was my first, and I rescued him when I lived in Chicago, and he moved with me from Chicago to St. Louis, and then
You keep saying you were young. You were really young. Were you young in age or young in attitude?
I'd like to think both.
Okay, because he's very sweet. He wants you to know, and I apologize if any of this is too sensitive, but you asked the question, and I always will give you the truth, even when I have to coach it with I apologize. So he wants you to know that he actually was trying to pass before you came. He knew he was dying for for me, it feels like 2 or 3 days. He said you noticed something, but you were busy, and it wasn't big enough. It wasn't a big enough gesture to, he was more tired one day, or it was something really subtle. He said, no, he said something about, oh, you're kind of tired today. Okay, you sleep, because dogs do that. They sleep a little bit more when we do that too. So he really, really, really wants to stress, this was nothing you did. This was nothing you could have prevented. It was his time. And he was really hoping his body would give out while you were at work, because he wanted to save you. What did happen was the trauma of going to the hospital and having all those tests and knowing that he already knew there was nothing to be done. And he always wished he could have. He always said that you guys talked, but this time he couldn't tell you that, Dad, don't. I'm done. And you would have understood, but he was past being able to explain that to you. And that's his only regret. As soon as you talked about it, he's like, oh, tell him I really tried to die at home. I really tried. and I'm putting no nice words in it, but he's showing me that he loved his life. He loved being home. He loved being with you. But it was time for, his body was just done. And I think the vet concurred with that there wasn't anything that could be done. And you couldn't have done anything. And what I'd like you to take away from this, just me as a pet person to another pet person, is don't regret that you could have taken him to the vet earlier, or you could have done this, could have, would have, should have. Don't do that anymore. If you're doing it at all, don't do it anymore, because it was his time. And there was nothing you could have done 5 days before or 6 days later. His body had given out. And I'm sure the vet gave you the 411 on, you're going to get a new heart, lung, kidneys. No, he just was at the end of his life, and he didn't present with any symptoms. So he was trying to just, let go at home, but his body just didn't quite get there. You got home before he thought he thought he was able to.
Well, I want to say a couple things. So I have never met you, Amina. I'm sorry, Amina.
That's okay. See, there's the proof.
I was getting a little emotional, but I've processed this, and I just want our viewers that are watching to know, like, you and I this is the first time we have ever spoken other than by email, and I've never provided you with any of that information. A couple things that stood out about that. So he absolutely, I believe what you say, that he was trying to pass it home. So he was surrounded by one of my other dogs who's still living, who was a puppy and had grown up with him. And then I had a newer dog that I had rescued. And they weren't as close, but he was sort of like training her, showing her the
Oh,
road.
absolutely.
So the first thing that stood out to me is that you said that he wanted to pass it home, and I believe that's true. As a pet parent, obviously you don't know what's wrong with your pet, so you do everything you can to take them at a time of need. But he, when I was trying to get him to the vet, he just kept going like limp on my shoulder. Like it was hard to get him out the door. And right before we went out the door, I mean, it's still the saddest thing for me to share, but he let out this sound that I have never heard him make. And I think that was his attempt to tell me, like,
it absolutely is. He just showed me. Yeah.
I want to stay here with my family and go, but
and then just go to sleep.
um,
But you as a dad, you know this, that you wouldn't have, you would have had guilt pockets of, wait a minute, did I just get cheap? Because I've done this, you go, wait a minute, did I just choose not paying a medical bill over the health and I could have saved him? Because you're not going to do an autopsy. Well, it's a necropsy, after that to find out how your dog died. So sometimes we do things so we can accept the choices we've made. So please go in knowing that you did what cleared your conscience, that made sure you were a good dad, that you stepped up, because I'm sure, and I'm not judging at all or putting thoughts in your head as far as, I don't want you to go back and say, why didn't I see 3 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago that he was sick? Because he knew he was dying.
Yeah.
So he was going to mask it at all costs so he could just die at home. And he knew you needed this, but he wanted you to know. He's so many times pets are waiting around for one of us. And when you're ready to get asked, what happened to my pet? And the dog's like, finally, there's a translator in the room. So he's very thrilled. He's happy. He's healthy. That's what heaven gets to be. And he just really wants you to know that he knew you needed to get a higher opinion. He doesn't understand doctor, but somebody who could see what was going on inside. But animals know when they're done. They know.
And one other thing that I did want to point out that you had mentioned, and this is in more of a hindsight thing for me, but something that explains quite a bit. So he was always the kind of dog that was like he loved going on walks. He loved being around you. But then when I'd be at home, he was also like, I'm going to go lay in the other room. He didn't have to be around me 24/7, like right at my side.
Right.
But there were some signs in the last few weeks leading up to that where, he was overly affectionate and cuddly, that afterwards we started to look at. But those are the types of signs that, I think, like you described, like those were his ways of telling me, like, I'm sick, something's not right. But it wasn't
saying goodbye.
But it wasn't in a way that it was like,
get me to a doctor.
He was hurting. It was just like, hey, I may not have much more time with you, and I'm trying to let you know that. And
right. And he wanted the time for himself because he truly wanted to make sure you were kind of still in the dark and that he could just die when you had gone to work, or even in the other room, you'd watch TV and he went to the other room or something. He was hoping it would go that way because, of course, he doesn't have that much control over his body. But he said, yeah, I want him to have those moments to look back on and say, I treasure all that more attention that I got because I now understand what I was being told. And sometimes we're not ready for the truth. And sometimes we are. So some pets will keep things back and say, no, he's not ready for that. and they won't even tell me. They'll just say, no, we're not going to talk about that. And I'm thinking, okay, I can't make you tell me. I don't have those little kind of powers. It's like you. I can't make you tell me something. It just is. And just so you know, he's happy and he's healthy, and you're moving into what you were supposed to do at this point in your life.
Well, I appreciate you allowing me to put you on the spot. That was really cool to experience. I don't want to take up all of your time with my questions, but obviously, people rely on you for a variety of services, and I want to make sure that we highlight all of that so people understand the breadth and the depth of what it is that you do. And again, I want to mention your name. This is Amina with Bridging Worlds.
.us.
BridgingWorlds.us is the website, and
everything's there. All my links, Facebook, Meetup, all of that. They're all there.
And we still have plenty of time left, so I'm not pushing you off. I want to make sure that we get to the topics that you wanted to cover. I have a feeling that some of this is what you wanted to cover, but certainly, take us through this and highlight for us. You've already mentioned how you got started, your background, but like, you're not like an ambulance chaser, I assume.
No.
Do you wait for people to come to you, or do you send out signals to them, or like?
Well, I really, in this last iteration of learning, have been really doing the manifestation and energy on myself, because I know why I'm here now. Because I'll tell you, a couple years ago when I was told to go public, I was like, what? And then I went to the library and read all, those things with books. And I opened a few because everybody said, oh, you're going to get a guide and you're going to have this angels. And I'm thinking, well, how do you do that? You go down to Lucky's and say, I'd like a guide, one of those spiritual things, because you don't have any knowledge. So I did what I hope most people did, is I got to know people who knew things and knew people. And you find, just like pets, you go to the shelter and you go, no, oh yes, and you pick a mentor that way. And in the city of San Jose, where I'm at, I've been really lucky to be connected to a place called the Center for Creative Living, which is a church for all things, but it's not any denomination. But a lot of psychics belong there and go there. And I've been able to call them up and go, what the heck? What was this? What was this about? As I learn, and that's the best way, because they're open to exchanging and saying, that's what that's like, or this is like that. I didn't know that I could tell pets and dead people and stuff. No, not now. I didn't know I had those powers. So having good mentors, whatever you do, if you want to be the magnificent, Bjorn Borg, if you don't know who that is, go look it up, Google it. You want to be the best tennis player, you want to be the best football player, or whatever, you're going to get a coach. So get a coach. And I have been really, really lucky. So I have been speaking in public since I was 2. I come from a family of it, literally. And so I love getting the message out that there's other ways to do it. Do I still want you to go to professionals? Absolutely, because we're a team. We're the team players. We're going to all give you a little piece of being a whole parent. Do you just go to the pediatrician? No, you take your kids to school, you go to a play group, you get information from other parents. So I want people to do what we're doing, is go and get an animal from the shelter. Don't breed, please. We have so many pets that need love. And even if you're only able to foster a cat or kitten who's fostered in a home, does so much better out there being adopted. So what you're doing is so much my passion. What I really want to make sure is anybody that comes directly from you guys, and they have to use the key word about this program, I will do what I do at Meetup on a phone call and do a reading for $20. And that means I want them to take the other 40 and give it to you, if that's all they can afford. But please give to these kind of causes. I loved watching all the stuff you guys did all day. Shelters are really struggling. So I know for us, we're fostering some of the cats that aren't being adopted. They live in a home. They get those great behaviors and get love all the time. Then they find a home easier. So there's so many things you guys can do, but donate. Please donate. This is an amazing program.
Well, thank you for the promotion. And we obviously want people to donate, because these are essential pet services. They're rescue organizations with great missions. They are all about the welfare for pets, but we also want to make sure that people know, if you don't have the capacity to give, we're also an educational program. So, we're not trying to put up, 50 bands. We're not trying to just be entertainment. We want to have really strong content as well. And I think we've accomplished a really nice wide variety. We're just coming into the 1 o'clock hour, and we have so much more programming to go and enjoy through the rest of the day. Real quick, I wanted to highlight and ask a question. So I was looking through on your website. It's bridgingworlds.us. This is Amina, an animal communicator. And it looks like just from your testimonials, you can see the variety of types of services that you're able to provide. Now, one that really piqued my interest, and certainly I would love for you to share some of your success stories as well, but the one that specifically piqued my interest was the one, now you're supposed to be a psychic, so you should know what I'm thinking, right?
Yeah, there we go. You want ice cream? No, I don't know. I try not to read people's mind because I just don't want to be in there.
I know, I'm just teasing you. So you got to have fun with it. It's
absolutely
1 o'clock in the morning here. So
absolutely.
But maybe baby, that was an interesting one for me.
Oh, wow.
You see all of these, these are great services like the lost and found pets. It sounds like from the testimonial that there was a lost pet and that somebody had moved into a new house and you worked with them to try to get the pet to come home. Maybe there were some.
It was actually, she was moving out and the cat left. And you got the point what she named the cat? Maybe.
Yeah.
Because when they got the cat and her sister or daughter gave it to it, they didn't know if they're going to keep it. And I'm like, okay, what energy are you putting out here, right? Right from the beginning. The cat knew there was no commitment. And all of a sudden she's packing up all the boxes and everything. She said, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. What do? I want the cat. Okay, let's have a conversation about its name later. But giving those tips for me personally, I'm sure there's a pet psychic that does it far better and that, so I kind of do the dead thing really well. But finding lost pets is really tough because they either have run because of abuse, neglect, or they got scared or spooked, and that means that pet is an indoor-outdoor pet. Don't even get me started on the dangers of that. But this cat literally walked away because there was no commitment, and he saw all the boxes. He's like, yeah, I'm going to try another place. And so, yeah, she had to prove that she wanted him in her life, and they did rebond, and that was partially in the story. I haven't read that in a while, but that was really early on in my career of doing that. Lost pets is tough, is really tough because they're so stressed, and they're so. One little puppy came to me very first meetup I did, and I was brokenhearted for the owner because it was a little Chihuahua thing. Somebody tried to steal it after it ran away from her, and then scared the dog even more. So the dog showed me I'm in a bush and there's a swing set across from me. Do you know how many of those are bushes with the swing set across? And I couldn't get her to come out and show me anything else. So we have training, like trainers will do. We have scents and things we can put out, and you walk the path, they can smell where you walked and all that kind of stuff. And so I have to go to my training as a trainer to go any further with a pet that is so frightened that cannot move on its own and show us where they are. That's really tough. That's really tough.
Yeah, I have so, and you didn't insult me, by the way.
Good.
But I have a community cat who has. I was talking about her earlier. So when I moved into my house 3 years ago, there was an older lady who lived literally in the alley, and she was the cat lady. So my alley splits off into two alleys behind my house, and there's two houses in there, and she lived there. And she had several cats, and she was the kind of lady that would throw the food out for the cats. And this specific cat, her name is Grace. She has always been an indoor-outdoor cat. The old lady said, I can't pick her up. I can't, she won't stay in the house for me. And so, it was a cold winter. I'm in St. Louis, so it does get pretty cold. It was a really cold winter day, and we saw her out, and she was getting more curious. I'm convinced that my partner and I put off an aura in a couple of ways, but we're just huge pet people, and I think that's evident. The cats can read that. So she was getting more and more curious about my house and my dogs, and eventually we were able to bring her inside and bring her into the bathroom. And then now she's acclimated to my dogs and she runs the house, but she's, still, so she can sense when it's too cold for her to go outside, and she'll, stay in for the winter. But now it's nicer weather, and I mean, she demands to go in and out. So she is an indoor-outdoor cat, but she still comes back and she sleeps in my house every night. I mean, there is no way I could keep her inside the house. I just don't. I mean, she
and the animals that are used to doing that back and forth. All of us in rescue know this. What my question of responsibility for me, and you'll understand this, is she spayed? Is she neutered?
Yeah.
Great. Is she chipped?
She is, and she's got a tipped ear too. And anytime.
That's even better, because the spay and neuter, all you have to do is see the tipped ear, and you're like, this one's good. Because people, if they could just understand how many babies are born in one season from one male and 2 or 3 females, and the overpopulation and the horrible deaths these cats go through for either starving or disease or whatever. So in and out is fine. You'll have less of a rat population, but it still means you need to spay and neuter. You still need to vaccinate. You still need to be responsible. So we don't have the shelters that we have now while we're raising funds, because they're overloaded with cats that people just threw out and that type of stuff. So thank you for giving me I get to be on my little soapbox.
No.
Because I love, it's like people love animals.
Yeah. And, honestly, so the lady that, the cat chose us for sure. And the lady ended up moving. And I think like it goes back to what you were saying, they can read the situation. The animals were not abused in any way, but the lady did not take care of her house very well. I mean, she was just getting older and she couldn't. So now she's actually transitioned into an assisted living place where she can't have her cats. And so the other cats were adopted out, but Grace had already adopted us. And I think she was preparing herself for the inevitable in finding a replacement home and people who would love her. And it's
for safety. Your dogs give you what is the right word I'm looking for? Give you, not credit. They give you a stamp of approval. She's really watched that reaction and that love and the relationship and how calm and centered and the energy of the house, and go, yeah, I'm picking that one.
Yeah, and it's funny because we sort of will this into existence. So my boyfriend, my partner of several years, he was always, I had the 3 dogs that I mentioned earlier, and I still have the 2, but he was always like, now you need a cat. Now you need a cat. And I was always like, well,
there she is.
Yeah, and I was always like, well, I have a pit bull and I have a shepherd, and they're bigger dogs, and I don't know how to do with cats. Well, it actually ended up being just fine. It was me being nervous about it, and she willed herself into that situation, and now she is totally in charge, runs the roost. What you were touching on though with that story is that I always worry that because I rent where I am now, and we've been there about 3 years, and we'll want to upgrade at some point. And she's grown up in this neighborhood and being an indoor-outdoor cat, like how that transition would go. And that story that you were just sharing just was like, ooh, I better make sure that she's in a good spot with us and we have a good relationship, so that when—
You want to know now, or you want to just find out later? Because she's already here.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
With me.
So, yeah, no, that's something that—
You get what I'm talking about, right? She's already answered your question.
Okay, yeah.
She's here with me. Because they can hear us talking, which gives me and she already knows what I can do, because animals are very intuitive. And so she has an answer for you.
And I want our viewers to know, like, I'm in the studio at our production studio. My cat presumably is at home.
In another state, by the way.
Yeah, and you're in another state, but presumably at home, which is a few miles away, and so she's here with us apparently. And I would love to know, what she thinks about that.
She feels, I'm going to use the word love, but what she's showing me is that calm centered I got this. He's got this. We got this. You know, is this who she is? Because she's just like, you know how a cat just goes, yeah, this is my place. Does this make sense? I can only tell you what I see. So she's just like, flop down and go, yeah, I don't care where we live. I live lots of places. And just tell them. My pets, when I was in college, I moved so many times, it wasn't even funny because one semester you're here, one semester there. Every time they saw the box or a suitcase come out, they were sitting on top. It's like, where are we going, Mom? Yeah. And how soon are we leaving? And they will go with you. Now that she knows that you're going to transition, she's like, that's fine. A new neighborhood to find out where all the mice are. The renters are going to love you because you just move out, you don't kill all the mice and they'll stop eating the walls. No, she's good with it because you're centered, your partner's centered and calm about it. And you can have a bad day, an anxiety day, but what I'm talking about is your everyday self is loving and kind. Thank you. They will tell us when they have bad ones. And so she picks up on all that and goes, that's okay. Dad's got this. We're going to go somewhere else. Okay. I've lived other places. It was time to leave that last one because she was transitional. So they know that.
So I have really enjoyed this discussion, and I don't believe that our next guest is on yet. But I do think that we have a sponsor obligation. We need to play one of our sponsor videos, actually two. So if you want to stick around for just a few more minutes and we can continue this conversation if you have plenty of time. And then when our next guest joins us, that way we can stay on live with you. And I mean, this has been fascinating for me. And I bet Jen has some questions as well.
I'd love to answer Jen's questions too.
Please stick around because serendipitously, our next caller, I'm going to play the interview I did with her, and I just enjoyed talking with her so much, and she's available, so I'm going to have her call in. But I want to connect the two of you because her name is Lace Ventura, pet detective. And
I can give up all my lost pets to her.
But she specializes in tracking down people's lost pets. She's really, really good at it. And so I would love to see you two interact. We're going to, it's about
because I need to pick her brain because I hate doing lost pets. I get, because I'm more like an empath. I feel what they feel. And I have had with time try to get that break between owning those feelings. So I'd love to hear her techniques.
I'm super excited to be able to connect the two of you. So we're going to play the couple of PSAs here, some messages from our sponsor. I'm going to do the interview that I had with her earlier this week just to introduce her and wait for her to sign on. And then we'll come back and get you two together.
Great. I'll get a glass of water and be right here for you when you're ready.
Absolutely. Awesome. Take it away.
Be sure to visit our sponsor, Mirage Pet Products. Made in the USA, Mirage will be presenting programming just for your pet throughout the Stream-a-thon. Please take a moment and visit www.miragepetproducts.com. And thank you, Mirage, for being a supporter of pets and people. Now, please enjoy a video just for your pet.
Social media is going to the dogs, and cats, and birds, and reptiles. Connect to the world of pets with Pet Pal, an app for pets and pet lovers like you. You love your pet, and nothing makes you happier than a wagging tail or contented purr. And you are not alone. There are 85 million pet parents in the United States, and that number grows every day. It's all about pets at Pet Pal, and all about creating a community where you can build that bond with your furry, feathered, or scaly best pal every day. Pet Pal makes it easy to be part of an entire world devoted to pets and the people who love them. A world where you can reach out to like-minded people who like to share and love stories, advice, videos, and pictures just as much as they want to see and hear from you and your pet. You can find information and resources all in one place with feedback and discussion from actual pet lovers. Search for videos by topic for specific breeds and breed information. Create profiles for you and your pet. Stay up to date with a pet-specific news feed. Learn about rescues and shelters that need you, and so much more. Laugh, learn, and love every day on Pet Pal. Get the scoop at petpal.com now. Pet Pal, for the love of pets.
Hi everyone, Romeo and I are at Fossey Studios with Fossey Sideman.
Hi!
And we are about to start our photo shoot for the launch of America's Top Dog Model 2020 contest, Fairy Tales. And Romeo, as America's Top Dog Model Ambassador, will show top dogs how to portray our theme, Fairy Tales. And you can visit americastopdogmodel.com for contest details. Who will be America's Top Dog Model?
First off, thank you for watching. You have many other choices of entertainment, and you chose us, and that already means a lot. As we forge into an uncertain economic future, we must be patient, we must be strong, and we must continue to communicate and help each other. As a pet-minded community, we come to rely on small businesses. We love them, we need them, and we don't want them to go away. Stream-a-thon for Pets is a fundraiser designed to aid those small businesses. Join us in this cause and tune into our 24-hour live Stream-a-thon. Help us raise funds for these small businesses by sending us a tax-exempt donation. Click on the button to donate now. All right, we're back in Jen's corner, and I'm here with Lace Ventura, pet detective. Tell us a little bit about what you do, Lace, and where you're from.
Oh, I'm from Denver, Colorado. I'm a native, and I've loved animals my entire life. So, of course, I do the regular job, but then I wanted to do something that I love to do. But I was very inconvenienced, and I had lost an animal by death, and I had lost 2 animals by losing them. So I became very, very involved into both of them. When I lost my 2 cats, they were lost for an extensive amount of time. First one was 3 weeks, and I retrieved it by the river by my house to follow to the water. And then the other one was 20 blocks away, and I found it 3 months later. So when I found my babies, I knew that I had to help other people out. So when I started getting on the internet and surfing the web and checking all the local listings, I started to coincide and put little personalities and faces and the breeds and the labels and the areas all together. And you could say I'm a mean old maid player, because I would map them up, match them up, and I'd call them, and the people would be so happy. And I was like, this, I'm hooked. And I only asked that they send a letter of gratitude or something like that, and I have plenty of them. Look, I'm just tearing up just talking about it. But what I also do is I have my own service, and it's because I had a dog of 14 years. His name was Sparky, and he passed away. And during the time when he was passing, I knew he had a tumor in his stomach. He was 14 years old. So I decided what would be the best way for my little buddy to go out. So I researched and I researched and I researched. And I figured out I didn't want to go the veterinarian way. I wanted the veterinarian to come to me. I wanted my little buddy to be around the family and my additional pets, just so we could all say goodbye in a not rushed type of environment. So when this all happened and transpired, I didn't want the veterinarian to even handle any of the cremation process, because I don't know where and how that would actually turn up, and if I would even get my own personal little buddy's ashes back. So to me, it's that important to love my fur baby. So I took him myself personally. I inspected the place and made sure it was superb for my little King Tut. Then, fast forward, I decided to take some business courses, set a business plan, and start Denver, Colorado's first boutique pet funeral service. And I do everything that you could ever imagine. I do celebrations of life. I do physically come and get your little buddy. We can establish a relationship, and we can even establish a proactive plan for when your little buddy is getting older, or just to prepare. We could do all that together. So we have memorial products. I offer my services if you are in Colorado. In the surrounding areas, I offer my services. Every single thing is set in 2 packages. It's very simple. And if you just go to yourrainbowconnection.com, I can tell you all about it. I can offer you grievance counseling if this has already happened. And I have many, many services and products available there. And I'm so excited to share it.
I was going to try to pull up your website real quick so we could show them.
Check it out.
But see if it works. Your Rainbow Connection, the first emergency responders who resist in the recovery of lost pets. Very cool.
That's my logo. It's very personalized. And I believe this service is needed. You know, I did market research, and it told me exactly who to focus on. And there's so many pet-loving communities here in Colorado. I don't know if you've been, but we love our fur babies. Like, seriously. Like, I love my fur babies. Let me show you. Got my little...
Oh, my God. What is her name?
I got Mini-Me. You want to see Mini-Me?
I do. Oh, that's adorable. How old is she?
That's Gigi. She's about a month old. She's a little
Oh my God. She's so cute.
And then, long and behold, this is her daddy. But his name is Colby, and he's been Colby. And guess what? His baby's name is Gigi.
Oh. They're so cute. It makes me miss my little dogs. I've got a big 60-pound mutt.
Oh, yeah, I know. Like I said, like, if you love your pet, you can proactively plan just like you would, like, for myself. Like, you know, it's something that I want planned out. And I have so many services that I coincide with to, like, make your ultimate dream, like florist, like ceremony, you know, the park, your house, burial, cremation, spreading of the ashes by balloon. Like, we go big. Like, seriously.
People love their pets. You got to sit them out and plan it properly.
No, I love them that much. Like, I want to go big, right? Like, 14 years, little dude went with me from sleeping to the pool room, like, all the way through and through, every day, every night. So, hey.
Absolutely. I appreciate what you're doing. So how have you been affected by the pandemic? Are you
oh, well, you know, getting back to, of course, there's not too much profit in what I do, but I love it all because, of course, it feels good right here. Teaches my little mama what to do, you know.
Absolutely.
And then my stories are ridiculous. Like the people that I can talk to and tell my stories. I'm thinking about writing a book about it, you know. I got my little journal. I even have some letters that I haven't even opened, so we can even do another video. That's what I'm saying. I could read like letter after letter of like, what? Jeez, I thought that little buddy was gone. That was so many months ago. Like, no, you better go right here, call this, go on this street. And I'm not talking about roaming the streets. I'm talking about they have been at a shelter, veterinarian clinic, stuck, cooped up for like 3 months. Like, everybody has a different way to connect the lost pet, or some people just keep them, right? And some dogs are never found. But I'm at 143 found pets right now.
Yeah, that's really cool. So as a pet detective, you actually are able to track down people's lost animals?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, I do it like this, like like I said, I can look at animals. Of course, you want to differentiate the breeds, right? Location is very important, right? You want to check all the local shelters, right? You want to check all the next door, the paw booths, right? The pet harbors, that's pretty much everywhere. You want to check the local humane society, right? You want to put those posters up, make them real bright, fluorescent colors, right? I can go to the dollar store, put the real dark, thick ice cream cone duct tape. Like, I'm trying to present it. Like,
Right.
whatever. That's what'll throw a person's eye off to really actually check it out, you know? And the nextdoor.com, talking to people in the neighborhood. I mean, I was calling my kitty, tapping a tuna can, like, hello. And all these things, they seriously work, you know? So I've trick and traded all the Facebook accounts, and like I get the link, I can scroll down and boom, there it is. That's the dog everyone's looking for, right? Like the first person to post it, get to the people, they're like, no way. Like, I'm good with this. All I ask is a note of gratitude, right? But, you know, that's why I need you guys, because I'm like zero. I work at the 2 sporting stadiums, right? And they both closed down. They like both shut down because you can't have any more basketball games, right? You can't have any baseball games, right? Like, I'm stuck. I don't have anything going on because I've saved my savings up and now it's depleted because we have nothing. We have to provide food. My little baby right here has no school. So we're just here like 24/7 and then some. So that's what it's all about, right? So that's why I'm calling out. Like, I do what I do because I love it, and me, the universe, we're all together on this. But the money right now is really tight for me, or I would never be asking for such a thing. And I want to continue to do what I do and do what I do and not ask people for money, you know, not ask, oh, by any chance, I will tell you where your dog is if you offer a reward, or it's like holding something hostage, right? So we're past that. We don't do any of that. I spend hours and hours a day because it's fun, right? Because I love it. And I love that these babies are not at the shelter or being euthanized, right? Or being like roaming the streets, little 2-pound chihuahuas. Like,
Yeah, so
that's why I do it, right? But then again, that's where I come in. I'm a little bit of a lecturer. I'm like, so you got your baby back. Follow up in a week. Did you microchip your baby? Or the collar is $8 at Walmart right there at the front machine, like, right? Some of these dogs are hundreds of dollars, and then they're your loved one, but you don't collar or even put a necklace with a tape with the number or marker, or just like, that's where I'm kind of off. So I want to start educating and, you know, lightly let you know what you should do if you love your fur babies.
For sure, you definitely have a niche market, and I think people need your help, because when you lose your pet, you just kind of lose your mind for a little bit and you forget about all those.
I think of them like, they love their babies, and you will cry. You will go crying, like you won't be able to sleep. I've heard of people sleeping by their front doors, you know. For this little shepherd named Nala, they wanted to put the baby in the wedding, and it left and ran away or jumped out the window of their house, like while she was on vacation, right? Nala off of Federal and Alameda, like, I'm looking, like thousands of dollar rewards, like Alina, Jack Russell with the white dash right here, like $5,000 reward from Sally Bishop on Facebook. Like, these people love their animals, and I would do anything to reunite them, right? So if I get a whole repertoire going, Lace Ventura, Pet Detective, like, I'm revamped.
That's yourrainbowconnection.com. You guys
yes.
Out to Lace Ventura and hear more about her story. If you want to donate to the Stream-a-thon for Pets.com, we will be giving some of that money to Lace. Hopefully, when we have everything said and done, we can help her out. That's why we're doing this, and we appreciate you calling in. And there's fingers. Yeah. So just one last moment before I let you go. Do you want to say anything to the world? Give everyone a message? Not to put you on the spot.
Thank you so much. I know I talk a lot, but it's because I love to do what I do, right? And it's a passion, and I want to help people before they go through it or while they're going through it, right? So they can reach out to me at any time. Haven't really went state to state or, universal, international, but we can. That's the plan. What I want to do is start here, right? Maybe franchise state to state, your Rainbow Connection boutique pet funeral parlor service, right? And offer additional services, but it's just 2 packages. It's really quite simple. And it's better to plan it before it happens, right?
For sure.
Proactively.
Be ready. That way it's not so emotionally stressful.
Exactly. And those microchips, they work, right?
Absolutely.
Like, that'll help you. Like if anyone tries to keep the dog, if it's microchipped, they take it to the vet. Chances are some things will happen, and you've heard amazing stories, and I have a bunch of them as well.
All right, Lace, it was really great to talk to you. Thanks so much for calling in. Hi, little puppy.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks for participating.
Oh, thank you so much. And I'll be watching for sure. And anybody can email me or stay in touch. Absolutely. And I got some stickers and I got some other things. If anybody wants anything, just email me. I got some merch.
Cool.
I'm gonna get a merch from you, Mom.
I got merch. Do it for this or that, but I do it because, hey, these stories, my girl, like, she does this with me. I'm teaching her all about focus, love, empathy, compassion, and a pet advocacy, right?
Absolutely. All right. You have a great evening. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you. Zoom in, zoom out.
Zoom in, zoom out. That's a good start. All right. Red button.
Live on Stream-a-thon for Pets. We're having a great time with Amina from Bridging Worlds. The website is bridgingworlds.us. A wide variety of services that you offer. And I appreciate you joining us on the program tonight. I know that you're passionate about pets, you're passionate about rescue.
I like the people a little bit too.
That's right. So any kind of final words for our viewers, anything you'd like to share with our viewers, and then we're going to bring on our next guest and introduce the two of you. It's a perfect a mesh of some of what we talked about, and also we're all about networking here as well, in addition to being a fundraiser.
If I have a final word, it would be, you're never alone, and you're never doing this on your own. If you're living alone, you're not alone. If you have pets, you're not alone. They feel things that you do. They're not us. They're not gonna feel sad, mad, happy, glad the same. So we give them a lot of our human, oh, he thinks that's wonderful, yummy, terrible, whatever. And it might be true, and it might not. When you open your heart to, let me get on one of my little soapbox really fast, is the honeybee. Everything you eat is guaranteed happening because of her. By the way, the boys only lived 6 weeks, so we're not gonna talk about the boy bees, just the girl bees. The world matters. Everything you do matters. You think that dropping your trash on the ground doesn't matter. It does, because there's an animal that could be hurt by that bottle cap or whatever chemical you've left behind, and we're killing the earth. The one thing as an animal person I love for everybody to know is, look at the news. We got lions sitting in roads. We got dolphins in the canals. We got jellies down the, what is the thing in Vienna? And they've got dolphins going down because we have stopped polluting our planet. We can see in the ozone is missing. So do things on purpose, lovingly, and you'll get it back in spades. You really will.
Well, it's been a pleasure talking with you. Amina. Again, it's bridgingworlds.us. Please check it out. Recommend her services to anybody that wants to connect and communicate better with their pets. Jen is communicating right now with her pet Rex.
I know.
It's not going well.
Jen, welcome back to the program. You've got your hands full over there, Jen.
Too much love. Too
He's
much
so
love.
good and so sleepy, but he just had to get up here and get his nose in this business.
Oh, what a cutie.
So I want to introduce Lace Ventura, Pet Detective. And I kept Amina on the line because I think that they are just the perfect match. And I love networking people in this Stream-a-thon. It's definitely part of what we're trying to do here. So Lace, let me give you the stage for a minute, and you and Amina can have a conversation. I'm going to try to get Rex to sit down so I can join you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
So, Lace, I would love to know, I'm going to be the interview for you first because I've gotten to talk a lot. I am loving everything you do. If I had something I don't like to do is finding pets. It's heartbreaking and I take on too much of their emotions.
Right.
So I've been better at putting that block and protecting myself. But I would love to get some tips from you as well as everybody else of just, you know, what we can do as pet owners besides chipping our pets, keeping them indoors, you know, especially our cats, hamsters, guinea pigs, you know, all those things. Dogs maybe a little more outside. But what can we do to really, because we talk about fireworks, and I really want to talk about it's not just the sound. They can feel the vibration and just let's cover some of that.
Yeah, I definitely think that your feelings and your vibes and the household energy, it's important. The universe, the feelings, I think everything comes together and all mixes together. So if it's negative, I definitely believe that the animals flee for that reason. Or, you know, it could be somebody coming into your house or just many, many changes. I think that is one of the reasons, but once they're gone, these are the things I do drum back. You know, of course, I want to focus, I want to call them in, of course, with energy, but of course, got to go through the normal protocol as well, right? You want to do posters, because a lot of people still on the internet. Excuse me, I'm busy right now. And of course, I always go to nextdoor.com. That's my first go-to. And I use resources like Paw Boost and Pet Harbor.
You go to
Pet Harbor's
Nextdoor. I know what Nextdoor is very well.
Yes.
But I would really like you, because I know a lot of people still, I'm having to explain Meetup. I have my class on Meetup, and I'm still explaining what the heck Meetup is. And
well, you know.
So explain Nextdoor, because it's more valuable than people think.
Yeah, it goes by zip code.
Or an emergency, you need to know.
Yeah, that's true. So Nextdoor would be your main neighbors, like your immediate block 2, 3, 4. It goes by zip code.
Oh, okay.
So you want to start with like a 12, 15 block radius, right? I always like to calculate maybe about 5 or 6 days, or 5 or 6 blocks a day is what a normal lost crazy cat would go, right?
Right, a lost pet.
Yeah. So a cat, I would say about 6 blocks a day, and they might roam northeast, south, or west. I would focus on where the water is. They might try and go back to, if you just move someplace, they would probably be going that direction towards the old house, right? You're just moving place. And then the water source is very important. I like to make bold posters, like fluorescent duct tape, fluorescent boarding.
Unless you're blind, we'll see them, right?
Yes, exactly.
Good for you.
That's because that really helps. And Facebook is amazing, right? I couldn't even imagine if Facebook wasn't around, and your local Facebook, lost and found dogs, and then put your state. If you have that, I've already accumulated probably about 20 Facebook lost pages. So when I get to scrolling, I'm seeing all of them, and I'm starting to get it in my brain. I'm taking screenshots. I'm thinking about breeds in my mind. You know, I'm looking at specific traits about the animal, you know, like specific markings, you know, sizes, a funny tooth, you know, one eye. Like, these things matter somewhat like you would think of humans, right? You have traits, things you remember them by.
Right.
It all goes right up here. And I start to think like, all right, buddy, where are you? Or, you know, I just really start to focus and transcend with the universe and try and call that, summon the baby home, right?
Right.
And when I work with the parents, I say, you got to put stinky socks.
Thank you. I was going to say, do you do the walking? Do you do the sitting thing? I tell them all the time, wear something sweaty and walk slowly all around your neighborhood and come back home.
My cat is trained that when he hears a can opener or a can, it doesn't matter if it's not tuna, he's there, like wherever the tuna, the can.
Yeah.
So that I say, walk around, shake a cat food box or whatever cat you knows, right?
Right.
Had a cat for 12 years and I go, here, kitty, 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 real fast. Every time, it would never fail. 2 blocks, you'd see him running down the street. That's my call, right?
Right.
So you can pre-plan by training your animal in these ways with a specific scent, with a specific noise.
Yeah.
You can get this into his brain, so when that day comes, they're more likely to come back to you.
Well, and just tagging on what you said, we had rescue shepherds and dogs, and same with kids. I always use the children the same thing. If they run into the street, you don't have a long enough arm. You can't run fast enough.
Right.
A dog, for example, I don't know you could use this legally on a child, but you could, you know, go have it. But
there you go.
I used to whistle really, really loud. And you can get a cheap dollar one at the dollar store. I love the dollar store. And just whistle and train the dog for a recall.
Right,
and
right.
You and I both know you can use that when they're lost. They can hear that for half a mile or more because their ears are so good. But you get them to come back from a dangerous situation.
Right, the proactive planning.
Exactly. Do it before you need it.
Exactly. And that's exactly where I've also integrated into the boutique pet funeral parlor, is because an emergency is an emergency, right? In some of these situations, as sad as it is, some of these animals, they're deceased, right?
Right.
So that comes with the territory. When a dog is gone, a little Chihuahua, he's destined to run in the street, most likely, because they flee instead of coming. They're already in the flight mode, right? So when that happens, of course, this is part of the emergency process, and the grieving is serious, you know. So that's where I integrated this into. You can get a cremation, have a celebration of life, have some closure. I included the home euthanizing, right? In order for the animals within your house to also grieve, and everybody to just get the grieving out, and to know, of course, it's not your fault, but you did the best that you could do.
Right.
And you were prepared, and your pet was loved, right? Your fur baby was loved so much that you took it upon yourself to do the extras, right?
Right.
And the pet portraits, the memorial products, all of those things, they help you move through the process, right?
And you know what I want to applaud?
The vets are filled up.
Yeah, I want to applaud you really what you're
animals.
Doing, because people are having pets instead of human children.
Yes,
which is great for the planet
true.
too. But
it's true.
what you're offering is not only quantifying that their love is valid, to have been, because so many people still go, what are you doing? It's a dog, it's a cat.
Right.
And these are the people that throw them out in the trash, and we don't want to talk to them. But you're giving, that's why I'm so thrilled that I got to meet you, because our hearts are in the same place. And it's just, you're giving quantifiably a way to grieve and say, this is normal, this is natural.
Exactly.
So let it go, heal. Don't take it with you for the next 50 years and ruin your health. for that reason. All your hair falls out and your teeth fall out because you're so stressed, because that is not possible. And for you and I, it is perfect because I'm able to come in after also and say, this is what happened during that death. And if it was your fault or isn't your fault or whatever, this is where you need to let go, because that pet has already done so. They live in the moment and they're not doing that grieving. But what
I would love to establish
is amazing.
Yeah, and I like the fact that you can establish a relationship with the people as they're going through it. Right. And, you know, maybe 6 months, a year, you never want to rush this, but 6 months, a year, 2 years down the road, they're available to adopt another animal.
Right.
Right. And that would be just the ultimate dream, is to have the love that you were lacking and the love that the dog or the cat was lacking at the shelter. It would be the perfect integration once again, right?
Right.
And I know it's hard. I would never rush that on anybody, but
and you know, that's
a cycle that needs to happen.
That you're saying the rushing twice, because I really want to stop and like put it in bold if we were writing it, because too many people are like, no, I'll feel better if I just buy one more car or a bigger house or get that Cadillac job or whatever. Pets are the same. People go around and collect them. Or they got 12. And if you have 12, I'm sorry, anybody in the audience. If you're on a ranch and you're Caesar Milan, that's fine. And he's got 12 dogs and he's got the land for it.
Right.
But it's about not having 12 kids when you can't afford them, because these are your children. If you can't afford the care and time and energy and that kind of stuff. But by not grieving, you go and adopt too soon. And you bring another life into your life. So I really, really want people to hear what you said about, no, this is the time to grieve and say it's okay. When you're ready, that right pet will be ready for you. But if you do it too soon, boy, I've seen big train wrecks. And I've been a part of those. You know, young 20-something, getting the wrong pet, going, oh, well, that was a bad idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I wasn't ready.
I had my flyer of so this was my logo. I'm sure everybody saw it maybe on the website.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And it basically says, be secure knowing your pet is all taken care of. I have a very easy phone number because it says I bought it.
Oh.
And then I just simply did 2 packages. One before the pet shall pass, and then one if the pet is already passed.
That's
and
great.
I think it makes it very simple, because this is something that's unheard of in the past, but for the future, I think it's well needed, right?
Right. Now, are these services only available in your local area?
I just have myself and my little emergency team that responds for me, and it's a thorough process. And you can trust that your dog is in the best care. And when I return them back, it's a relief, right? Because if you're in the time of need and you don't know how to approach the situation,
right,
you're kind of just stuck. You're just stuck. You don't know what to do, and you always miss a step, whichever step that might be, right? So I've just put it very easily for the people here within Colorado, the surrounding areas. I can help out. But of course, if anybody had any questions, I would research home euthanizing, because I think it's the way to go for the future. And the part about Ethan was speaking about, I remember the story Ethan had to say.
Right. Well, here in Northern California, you're right. A lot of the pets vets are doing that, are coming into people's homes to create a much calmer end of life experience.
Right.
And that type of stuff. So you're right.
I think that the important part is to not do it at the time when it's needed, to have it pre-planned before, because at the time when it's needed, it might be too late. So if you had pre-planned out, you might even be able to work with the prices or go with somebody that's a good price point for you, right? And if you're in a time of emergency, you wouldn't want to be calling here, there, and everywhere at that specific hour.
No.
Right? No. So it's good to pre-plan and to call places and figure out a plan just like you would anything else in your life that you're thorough about and that you love. You would have your child, you have your doctor's phone number available, right?
Right.
Yeah, you would prepare. So that's the same way that I've thought about this, that in the time of need, you don't want to call this and that and nobody's answering and because it's clinch time and now you need to go to the veterinarian,
and
right?
you're so in an emotional state, as you said. The packages you're offering, what I love about them is you don't have to have a lot of cognitive ability still intact with your
exactly.
because you just
let me take care of all that.
This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. Yeah, I want flowers, and that kind of stuff, because
exactly.
We've had a lot of funerals in my family in the last 5 years, and it's just like, okay, here we go again. And what was nice when my mom passed is that it was all done. My mom and dad had a plan. They had it all XYZ, and still my sister who had to take care of the estate had that kind of stuff to deal with that didn't,
exactly.
But it was planned. It's just you and I both know that your emotions changed, the taxes changed, the vet changed, and you kind of have, as you said, make a plan and then make sure you update it all the time.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to read one of these letters. Should I read one?
Absolutely.
What do you think, Jen?
I would love to hear one of your letters.
I would too. I've held on to these and I was so excited. So this one is from Christy Ann Lunds, okay? And I know exactly what pet this is, but I've never opened it. But this story is real good. This is a little white cat that was lost by this individual. Here we go. Oh, it's good, guys. I will only get a chance to do one because this is going to be good. To whom it may concern, I wanted to write this letter to express my gratitude to Lace for helping me find my lost cat. Shortly after adoption, Petunia escaped my apartment. She and I had only spent a short time together, but I loved her dearly. Even still, when she got out, it was cold and snowy outside, and I was homesick. I put out flyers everywhere. At night, I spent hours looking for her in alleys. I had almost given up hope until Lace called. She told me she had found my cat and had been feeding Petunia, and it was hiding under a shed in someone's backyard. I rushed over immediately, but Petunia was scared, so she would not come out of her hiding spot. After hours, I decided it was time to leave, but I'd be back. I kept trying, and for the next few weeks, Lace fed Petunia, right? And to coax her out of her hiding spot. But neither of us were able to get to her. She suggested that I take a cat trap over that I found at the not-profit, and I did. I asked to borrow one of their cat traps, and they loaned it to me for free. Then I got a call from a woman who had seen my flyer, and she said the cat was in her backyard. So again, I looked under the shed, and I brought the cat trap, and with the tuna and the blankets, the woman pulled out the cat trap, and Petunia walked right into it. After 2 months of being outside, my lost kitty was finally home, and as soon as she got in my ride, she was herself again. Full of love and affection, she was so happy to be reunited with her other pets and her friends. Without Lace, none of this would have ever been possible. I highly recommend her emergency pet service. Oh, and I remember Petunia like she's my child.
It does. It does. And it just warms our heart because what we love, you're doing a wonderful thing. And you need to come to California so I don't have to do this anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't mind to. So yeah, I definitely was trying to say on my last video that I would never hold another person's pet ransom for some money, right? And I do this just strictly from my heart and because I love animals that much. And like you, I love most animals more than I love most humans. But
most of the time.
I definitely am not in it for the money. I still do what I do, and I love it because these
But you
stories.
also have to make a living. I had to get past reading for people for free because I needed to switch careers, and the world had made it crystal clear that this is what I needed to be doing. And my mentor, who's a pet psychic in Texas, and my kids said, "No, Mom, you need to realize you deserve to be paid for what, even if it's a God-given gift, you deserve to be paid a living wage. So don't be afraid to, ask for money for what you're offering and the skills you're offering." Everybody wants free, but I think they would respect and appreciate you even more by being able to say, you know what, I really want this and I want to participate. So here's my commitment.
Right.
With money. So I really want to encourage you, because people did with me, is to say you are worth being paid, because yes, you're giving of your heart and your time, but you're giving your talent, your organizational talent, your foresight talent, all the things we can see that you're talking about, and you deserve to be paid to do that. Well,
thank you so much.
Well, I really
I'll be on the other side of the rainbow. I can guarantee that.
Well,
that's in my cards.
There you go.
There's nothing that can stop that.
Now, do you do any kind of special events? Do you do any pet shows when we're, all doing public stuff? Is there a way to find you, that we all can find you on a website or something?
Yeah, I do. Your rainbowconnection.com. Okay. I've established a little blog there that I want to put more of the stories, the names.
Oh, good. The stories everybody loves.
Yes.
Stories.
The stories. And I have so many. I have 143 stories. Do you got time?
Wow. I think 15 minutes is it.
In the next 10 minutes, let me see.
Yeah. Well, and you and I, you could, what I would suggest, because you're so charismatic, is think about either, doing videos, fine, but a book, I think it resonates. I'm supposed to tell you that you should do a book. So I don't know if you've already started it, but the world wants you to do a book.
I went and met Bruce Cameron, and I listened to him, and he even autographed the book.
That's amazing.
I actually told him all about my story. I told him this will be the next movie if he wants. I thought about
today.
You
write this, or somebody else wrote that?
Well, this is a Bruce Cameron book. And I got the other book in the other room that's directly for your Rainbow Connection, which I was going to be auctioning off. But this one right here, he signed for my daughter. And he has about 12 of these books by about different dogs. And he actually had the story about the dog that got lost in the mountains of Colorado. Did you see it at the movie theaters this past year?
I don't think so.
Adriana, what was it called? The Dog's Way Home?
No, I didn't see it.
Remember that one? Well, it was about a dog in the mountains, and he actually came all the way from the mountains and came to our neighborhood back home.
Wow.
So I was talking with him, and that was pretty exciting.
Exactly.
Let me get some water. One sec.
Absolutely. So I'll fill the air if Jen doesn't have any questions.
No, please go ahead. You guys are doing such a great job. I don't want to
Well, you can see women who are used to talking.
I know, right?
And I will tell you, she probably does as much public speaking as I do, and we love it. We, it's not one of those taxes and that kind of stuff. So he's demanding to go out for a walk, and
I know he can't have it right now. He also needs food.
He doesn't understand that, Mom. I want it now.
Right now.
I'm actually sitting in front of a window, and it's funny. He disappeared for a minute, and I looked outside, and he was out there with Ethan. Somehow he had gotten himself out there.
Well, he's absolutely.
I know what he needs. He just can't have it just right now.
Exactly. How old is he? He can't be more than 5, is he?
He's what?
How old is he? He can't be more than 5.
He just turned a year.
He turned a year.
Yeah, he is a puppy.
Oh, see, that makes so much sense because I feel so this young, and he's such a love. He's such
He
a
has
love.
been chill out and just lying at my feet all day. I wanted him to get up here on camera and he would not do it. And now he's just reared up and ready to go. I don't know.
Yeah, because he's like, we've done enough sleeping, Mom. We're done enough sleeping.
Might have to switch to my phone and take a walk around the block as a live feed for the 3 o'clock hour.
There you go. Because we are dying to see a moon. I don't even know what size it is. But
that's a good point. We'll definitely have to get out there soon. Are you going to read another letter, Lace? Yeah.
I want to.
Absolutely.
Let's see. So this one is from Pueblo. I live very far from Pueblo.
I was like, the person or the
ever even been to
location?
Pueblo.
Wow.
But I still summons that baby home. Let's see how it goes here. Let's see. Oh, okay. A little thank you. Oh, okay.
Even better, thank you.
Even better, $10. Here we go.
Told you deserve to be paid.
See, this was actually my first payment, and I appreciate it. So
Michael,
coronavirus is going to help me because I got denied unemployment for working at my 2 sport arena jobs. So I have like 10, 20 more hours a day to spend finding people's pets.
There you go. There you go.
Say, dear Lace, thank you so much for helping us find Jake. Your kindness helped reunite us with our pup faster than I would have ever thought possible. We appreciate you so much. Thanks again. Sam, Amanda, Coco, and Jake. Aww.
That's so wonderful.
And I know this was a nice black lab.
Uh-huh.
And he was roaming the streets of Pueblo.
Wow.
And I just happened to look on, I believe probably Craigslist, Lost, coincide. I was like, streets, zip codes, all that stuff is very important. So I was like, I think this is a match. And sure enough, boom. And Lightspeed. That one was Lightspeed. I found that one.
Well, you almost need to, because with the breed you're talking about and the type of disposition I can feel, that dog should have been picked up by just about anybody.
Right.
You're talking about a lab.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah. So you're the more desirable ones I worry about the most.
You know, there was a dog that was in my neighborhood and traveled probably about 55 blocks east and was found probably about 3 weeks later by me. Wow. And all I remembered is big old ears, like radar ears. Like, no, I know those ears. I remember somebody's looking for that dog with those ears. And as amazing as it was, as far away, I mean, dogs travel, right?
Right.
Scared.
Now, were you getting the word out? How are you doing that?
Good question. Now, I'm in between. You know, I wanted to get established with a nice website to make it look legit, to make people not feel that I'm just some random person making some random business.
Okay.
So I'm establishing repertoire with the people in my neighborhood.
Right.
And then I'm expanding outwards. So I want everyone
to website up, right?
Yeah, my website is now up. And all my people, I'm going to start with a grand opening and have everybody in my neighborhood come together for a grand opening. Tell them what business I do, what services I provide. And if they didn't want it, then they can just spread the word. So I figure if one person can maybe tell 2 people, hey, by next year, they might make a Lace Ventura movie.
Well, it rhymes. I love it. Let's go with that.
Or I can be, you know how, well, see, I named myself after Ace Ventura, right?
Oh.
Ace Ventura, Jim Carrey's movie from years ago.
I know it well.
I mean, it fit me to a T, even though I'm a female. It's like, oh, my little babies come. But yeah, no, I thought I've had a lot of things in this world that I could have been, but this one right here fits me to a T.
There you go.
So I'm definitely gonna do the Denver Expo. We can get over this coronavirus. I'll be there.
Yeah.
I have business cards, flyers, and anybody can call me at any time, and I'm ready as long as they're within my state.
Yeah, yeah. Location, location, location.
Exactly. Thank God I'm blessed to be in Denver, Colorado, because we're a pet loving community here, and
absolutely, absolutely.
And,
so
we're in that exact area where
really
you're talking
about that.
Where the kids, not so much, but all these kids out here, they have fur babies. And I have like 4 doggy daycares within like 10 blocks of me.
That's wonderful.
So
great.
I've already
have you done anything with Meetup?
No.
Yep, you should look into it because that's a great place. I'm starting when we're done with not meeting up because all the rest of my classes are easy to put on Zoom. But what I want to do is people like you in my state is have a networking where, because I have this amazing vet and I already did a video with him on basic care and stuff like that. So just networking, I'm looking for a pet sitter because I get asked this all the time. Do you know? And I'm like, no, I don't know.
Right.
Do you know a pet sitter? So that's why it's great to meet you. Because if I have a client in Denver, I can say, I don't have to deal with your lost pet. I'm sending you to her.
There
and
you go.
Kind of networking is really
I'm on care.com and they have pet sitters, care.com.
Yeah.
So I'm on there.
Oh, good. Good. Because you can get hired anywhere. So we're going to have to swap Facebook pages and do all that wonderful girl uplifting support.
Yeah, definitely. And I know people in the past that have had pets that they've lost and wanted to communicate. There's even a lady out here, her name is Lena. She has a $10,000 reward on her Jack Russell. Has like a little white dash here. $10,000 reward. All she wanted was a pet psychic. She's like, does anybody know a pet psychic? And I'm like, I'm thinking I am, but I'm really not a pet psychic. So I can refer you because she wants that baby home really bad.
Yeah, and that's heartbreaking and that type of stuff. So, especially if she thinks it's stolen, is she putting that kind of money up because she thinks it's stolen?
Well, she had dogs trackers, because that's another business is bloodhounds or just getting a scent dog.
Yeah,
and it stopped at a certain street. So she's.
So she's thinking somebody's got it.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like our host who
I am wondering if are you just hearing, let me out over there.
You don't get off of this thing.
Pretty aggressive. I see that Ethan is back in here and I've got another caller coming in about 10 minutes that's going to talk about doggy massage. We're going to replay an interview that I did with Neverland Senior Sanctuary Farms. I'm going to take a walk around the block. It was really
before you lose a limb.
It was really lovely talking with you, ladies. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Ethan.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Jen.
So much.
You're a sweetie.
So Jen, are we going to a video in just a moment, or what?
Yeah, we're gonna do our sponsor commercials, and then we will play my interview, and then hopefully by then Jeanette will be on the call with us, and we can learn about some doggy massage techniques.
Ooh, I'll be tuned in.
Ethan, just wanted to say thanks for this opportunity. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a pleasure to have you both on, and I know I'm gonna. Again, if anybody's interested, it's bridgingworlds.us. And then you probably mentioned this, Lace, but how do people find you? Remind them of the website one more time too, please.
And it's yourrainbowconnection.com. And I have a link there to my Facebook as well on the same exact .com. Or I have a phone number listed as well. And I'd be available for email if you had any questions. And if you're here in Colorado, we can talk or we can meet one-on-one and see what's best for you, what services I can help you with.
Absolutely. Well, ladies, get some rest, and thank you so much for joining us. That was awesome.
Thanks for doing this.
We want to remind our viewers out there, if you are watching and you feel that you have the ability to help one of our small pet businesses out there, they are struggling just as much as any other business right now, if not more. People are struggling to just make ends meet at the moment.
Yes,
But if you are watching and you feel that you have the capacity to give, you can go to our website, Stream-a-thon4pets.com. There is a donate button there. All of the donations that are brought in are tax deductible. They're managed by the Players Philanthropy Fund, a registered 501c3 nonprofit in all 50 states. So any donation is tax deductible. It is a donation. And then the process is that the small businesses that we are trying to support apply through a grant process for funding. So any of your donations are going to go directly to those small businesses, those independent pet businesses that are essential services. Think about your local pet retailer, your local pet groomer, people who have been really impacted. They're struggling to keep people on payroll, and they're looking for relief, and you can help. So every little bit does count, and we appreciate in advance any donations. If you're unable to give but you're enjoying the program, please share it on Facebook with our live stream so that we bring in more viewers. Let people in your network know that they can tune in. This is going to be continuing. It's 2:00 a.m. Central Time here in St. Louis. We're going until about 5 p.m., so we have several more hours of awesome programming coming to you. Right now, we do want to thank some of our financial sponsors and supporters. We'll be back live with our next presenter, and we're going to learn all about doggy massage or pet massage. And so stick around. We'll be right back.
Be sure to visit our sponsor, Mirage Pet Products. Made in the USA, Mirage will be presenting programming just for your pet throughout the Stream-a-thon. Please take a moment and visit www.miragepetproducts.com. And thank you, Mirage, for being a supporter of pets and people. Now, please enjoy a video just for your pet.
Sit. Good boy. Lay down. Lay down. Roll over. Good boy. Good boy. You're a good boy. Yeah. Good boy.
Social media is going to the dogs, and cats, and birds, and reptiles. Connect to the world of pets with Pet Pal, an app for pets and pet lovers like you. You love your pet, and nothing makes you happier than a wagging tail or contented purr. And you are not alone. There are 85 million pet parents in the United States, and that number grows every day. It's all about pets at Pet Pal, and all about creating a community where you can build that bond with your furry, feathered, or scaly best pal every day. Pet Pal makes it easy to be part of an entire world devoted to pets and the people who love them. A world where you can reach out to like-minded people who like to share and love stories, advice, videos, and pictures just as much as they want to see and hear from you and your pet. You can find information and resources all in one place, with feedback and discussion from actual pet lovers. Search for videos by topic for specific breeds and breed information. Create profiles for you and your pet. Stay up to date with a pet-specific news feed. Learn about rescues and shelters that need you, and so much more. Laugh, learn, and love every day on Pet Pal. Get the scoop at petpal.com now. Pet Pal, for the love of pets.
Hi everyone. Romeo and I are at Bossy Studios with Bossy Sideman.
Hi!
And we are about to start our photo shoot for the launch of America's Top Dog Model 2020 contest, Fairy Tales. And Romeo, as America's Top Dog Model Ambassador, will show top dogs how to portray our theme, Fairy Tales. And you can visit americastopdogmodel.com for contest details. Who will be America's Top Dog Model?
Are you feeling underwater? Are you feeling in debt? Do you not know what to do in the time of this crisis? Well, we want to thank you, first off, for watching us and choosing us as your primary viewer, because we are really trying to help small businesses across the nation, and it really means a lot to us. As we forge into an uncertain economic future, we must be patient, we must be strong, and we must be vigilant to continue to help and communicate with each other. As a pet-minded community, we have come to rely on small businesses. We love them, we need them, and we do not want them to go away. Stream-a-thon for Pets is a fundraiser designed to aid those small pet businesses. So please, join us in this cause and tune into our 24-hour live Stream-a-thon. Help us raise funds for these small businesses and click on the donate button now. Your donation is tax deductible. We hope
great.
your donation
Don't stop. This is quality program.
Your donation is tax deductible, and you will be helping small businesses in need. Thank you so much for all your help. God bless. Stay safe.
We're going to take a moment and chat with Antoinette from Nick's Neverland Senior Sanctuary. Antoinette, can you tell us a little bit about your facility and where you're at?
Yeah, we are located in a little town just northwest of Charlotte, North Carolina. We're actually on family land. My husband inherited the land, and we decided to turn it into a sanctuary. And we had been working with senior dogs for several years and found that people were bringing us senior dogs that they no longer wanted or had found were abandoned and or abused. And so we decided to make it into a true sanctuary where if there is an animal that needs a home, that needs to live the rest of its life in peace and love and just enjoying the outdoors or indoors or however they want to live, that's what we decided to do. And we named it after the first elderly dog that we had, and his name was Nick. He was a beautiful border collie, very smart. And when he got cancer and we found there was nothing we could do to help him, and just the cost to take care of him was enormous. Okay. And so that's when we really decided, okay, we have these senior animals, let's do something to help others. And so along the way, like I said, people have found us. They found us on Facebook. They found our website. They found us through friends, through neighbors, through whatever means. And we have received animals that, again, either were left or needed a home, or in the case of two little guys that we just lost, they were 17 though. I lived a long, long life and we're so happy. They came from a gentleman who lost his home and he had nowhere to go and he did not want to take his animals to the shelter. So he called me and of course we took them in and they lived with us until they passed away a few weeks ago.
Well, it looks like a lovely place to relax in retirement for any animal. What specifically types of animals do you take in? Do you have a whole farm, or is it mostly just horses and dogs? What?
We have horses and dogs. That pretty much takes most of our time. But because we live in the country, we've rescued cats, we've rescued squirrels. My husband has pulled I don't know how many frogs out of places where dogs could get. Let's see, we've rescued. Oh, my husband he'll rescue a snake. But there's, we just love animals, and we just feel that no matter who they are, what their breed is, type is, whatever, they deserve to live. And that's what we're here to do, is to give them a life.
Absolutely. That's a wonderful philosophy. So with this pandemic situation, are you finding is it hard to get funding? Are you getting inundated with more animals? How are you guys being affected?
Well, the biggest problem that we have is that a few years ago, because of all the cancer that the dogs were getting, I started doing a lot of research. And I found that dog food alone, can cause cancer. So I started cooking for my dogs. And what's happened is because of the people that do the rush on the food at the grocery stores, we have found that just getting food, purchasing, any type of meat or vegetables has been a little difficult for us. And of course, in this time, they don't have the funds because people are not working, especially in the area where we live. You got a lot of people that work at plants, or they work for small businesses. And with this not being able to have it open, they're finding they don't have a job. So there's no way they can do money either. And so that's been a little bit difficult for us, because we do use the money for vetting. Most of everything we have either goes to food or vetting for the dogs, or fixing something that needs to be fixed around here, or put up another fence, or, just make another home for another dog if we need to, get another kennel or put up another pen or something like that. That's where we spend our money. My husband and I haven't had a vacation in almost 15 years.
Oh, wow.
And it's all because we spend our time, we figure our vacation is right here. I mean, we live in the country. What better place could you go? And when I think about spending even a couple of $1,000s to go on a vacation, I think about how many dogs could I rescue?
For the dogs, yeah. It's truly a commitment. It's really admirable.
Oh, it is.
Doing. I absolutely relate to that. I've been cooking for my dog up until my paycheck stopped coming, and he just doesn't understand why he doesn't have fresh ground beef and sweet potatoes every day.
Right.
Definitely.
Yep.
So for the folks out there listening who are touched by your story, how can they reach out to you and help you guys out?
Well, you can go to our website, of course. You can reach us on Facebook. We do have a Facebook page. And our website is nicksneverlandseniorsanctuary.com. And it tells us about our story and what we do. But, basically, like I said, any funds that you can give us, anything, because we do have several older dogs that still live here. And I've got several that are on medication, and trust me, medication can cost hundreds of dollars for one dog. And then, of course, if they have cancer, we have to, take them to get medication for that. Or if they need, I have a couple of dogs that goes and gets acupuncture because their backs are so bad. And, just taking care of them, feeding them, because that can cost a lot. Just food alone can cost. But just an everyday, taking care of a dog. I mean, if you have one dog and you know what it costs for one dog, even if you go to the vet, even if you just go for regular shots, which they get regular shots, it costs. So imagine if you have a whole house full of them, not to mention the horses who are nothing but hay bags. So, but they're our babies too.
You guys have volunteers at your facility, or is it just you and your husband?
It's just me and my husband. It's really kind of hard to get a volunteer to come all the way out where we live, especially if they're not going to get paid. So, but yeah, it would be great if we could have some volunteers that would come and nothing else, take a dog for a walk.
Well, yeah, you hear that. If you guys are interested in volunteering, Nick's NeverlandSeniorSanctuary.com could definitely use your help. You can donate directly to them or donate for the Stream-a-thon, and we will try to issue them some funds as soon as possible. Definitely love what you're doing out there. I wish I could come visit. I would love to volunteer.
Come visit. We are out.
Before I let you go, is there any parting message you would like to share with the world?
The one thing is love your senior dogs. Just because they get old doesn't mean that they aren't worth living. Everyone deserves to live their life. And, if you find yourself in a situation where you can't keep your dog, find a rescue. Find someone who can take them in and give them a home.
It's very good sound advice for sure. Thanks so much for your time. All right.
Thank you so much. Look forward to talking to you guys later.
Absolutely. Hey, and we are back and we're live with Janae from Doggy 911. And she is here to talk a little bit about doggy massage. She has a very relaxed puppy in her lap. Probably going to get some royal treatment in just a moment. Janae, I'll let you take it away.
Okay, well, hi, Jen, and hello, everybody, and thank you for having us. This is Chloe, and as you can see, she is very relaxed. She's a little piebald dachshund. I'm just going to kind of turn her towards you a little bit so you can kind of see her a little bit better, but this is little Chloe, and she is one of my little dachshunds, and so she's going to be our little demo doggy today to show massage. So we're going to talk about animal massage. I'm an animal massage therapist. I run a program called Dog E911, and so we do everything from triage, preventative care, and we're going to be back on later this morning at 11 o'clock. But right now, we're going to talk about some preventative care stuff, which is really important. It's just as important as the triage and the time-sensitive stuff. And so basically, animal massage is holistic info that you can use to, assist your pet in the event of any type of issues to help them feel good, bonding, all types of wonderful things that they're good for. And so Chloe loves massage. She's like, all my dachshunds love it, but she particularly loves it. Massage is basically defined as stimulating or relaxing the muscles and joints of the body. And so it's just a rubbing type of technique. There's lots of different ways that you can do it. We're going to talk about some basics, just keep it real simple. I do teach classes if anyone's interested in that at doge911.com. And so, but today we're just going to do a little fun kind of thing to help people just to kind of maybe help their pets while they're home with them, because I know a lot of people are home with their animals and wanting to have time to bond with them. This is a perfect time. You can do massage with them and just, just kind of connect with them in a new way. Massage has two different kinds of types. There's one there's a stimulating massage and there's a relaxing massage. Stimulating massage awakens the muscles and relaxing massage kind of calms them down. And so we're going to talk a little bit about the benefits of massage. And it does so many great things. It does things like increasing the circulation, which clears out the waste products in the body. It helps to increase the circulation of the skin and tissue, helps relax and stretch, and kind of helps that muscle tone kind of return to a normal, healthy, bouncy tone. It helps reduce inflammation in the body and helps with movement of the joints and the limbs. It also helps boost our immune system. And this all works for people too, not just animals, but obviously this also works with animals. And it doesn't have to be just dogs. You can massage your cat. You can massage your snake if you want to. Massage can be used on any type of animal, basically. Horses, all of that. We do all of that type of work. It's just we happen to be doing a dog right now. It helps lower the blood pressure and the heart rate. And it releases endorphins into the system, which make you feel good. It also helps prevent strain and injury. It aids in recovery from surgery. And it basically just helps with pets that have arthritic issues and any type of, kind of muscular or joint issues as they age. The extra benefits, and you can't hear her maybe, but she's kind of almost making a purring sound because she's enjoying. So one of the things that it does too, besides just the health benefits, it emphasizes the bond between human and animal. It emphasizes that touch bond, which is extremely beneficial and helpful in an animal. Especially if you've just adopted, you're getting to know that pet. You can use massage to help you bond. It builds socialization skills and teaches your pet to be handled. So if you have an animal that's very fearful of being touched, especially on the pads of the feet, the paws, the limbs, up by the head, the more you work with massage, the more that it's going to help that animal to be able to be touched and be, handled. Especially like if you go to the vet's office and stuff. Some animals do not want certain things done. Working with massage, it helps a lot. I know when I worked in a vet's office for years, that was one of the things that, I helped her with, did massage while she cut nails and stuff. It really does help. It can alert you to health changes. So let's say I'm working with Chloe and I find this lump. It can alert you to something that's going on where maybe if you were just petting them, you wouldn't notice it. But if you're massaging and you're getting into the muscles, you're going to notice something. It also helps with fear issues for animals that have been abused and aids in aggression. And it basically just feels good. So there's a lot of great things that it does. And plus they deserve it. Our pets deserve it. It's a special connection with them. So we want to do as much as we can to make them feel good. The only time that you would not give a massage to an animal are if they have an open cut wound or gash, if they're dealing with any type of fracture or torn muscle or rupture, if they're running a fever, because we don't want to, move things around the body at that point, if they have an extended abdomen where it's sticking out and really swollen, or if there's any blisters, or if there's any kind of a venomous bite that the animal has been bitten by, because we don't want to move that toxins around. So those are some of our indications of when we would not massage. Okay, so how do we do this? Okay, you can take as much time as you want. You can do a massage for 5 minutes. You can do a massage for an hour, depending on, how long you want to do it. If you have a Great Dane versus a little dachshund like this, obviously you can take much longer on the Great Dane, but I could take a whole hour on Chloe if I wanted to. It really depends on your animal's needs. It depends on what they want. So I always tell people, listen to them, watch the signs for the things that they like and they don't like. And just because they can't talk to us in a way that we necessarily understand, and they tell us, hey, I don't like that, I do like that, oh, more pressure here, ooh, that feels good, stuff like that. They do tell you. They may push more into your hand if they like something. They may turn and kind of, wiggle a little bit. If they don't like something, they're going to move away from it, trying to pull away, or they may growl a little bit. They may also snap if they don't like something, or if something is sensitive or tender. So just listen to your animal's needs. Pay attention to their body language. And if you do have a pet that has been abused or is fearful, or even an elderly pet, I always say start slower with them. Start more gingerly, because we don't want to make this a bad thing. We want to make this something positive. So again, slow movements, like I talked about, are relaxing, and fast movements are invigorating. So if you're doing massage and you're doing more fast movements, that's going to kind of wake the muscle up. So that would be more for, let's say, an agility dog, a dog that would be getting ready to run an agility course. You want to get those muscles moving, get that dog ready to go out, to not injure, but to be kind of woken up. Where the relaxing would be like right now, we're trying to relax Chloe. She's ready for bed. And so we're just going to just kind of get her all, relaxed and snuggled and ready for bedtime. Okay. So let's talk about the ways that we do this. So basically when I give a massage to an animal, and Chloe actually has some back injuries. A back injury. She's really at a good healthy weight. She's 14 years old. She's nice and healthy, but because she had a back injury years ago from a car accident, she was properly restrained, but she did get injured a little bit. She has kind of some issues with her lower back. And so she gets acupuncture, massage. I do the massage. We do swim therapy with her. So she's nice and healthy. But when I do massage with her, I kind of take my time. And again, you can take it slow or as fast as you want. So I usually like to set the stage by just kind of doing an all over kind of relaxation where you're kind of just basically going, head to tail all the way down the body, just kind of smoothing everything out on the animal. Just to kind of set the stage and kind of warm those muscles up. And it just kind of feels good to them. So I usually start with the back and the tail all the way down to the tail first. That's kind of, how I start, because the spine is the biggest part of the body. And so it just kind of seems to work. But if you've got an animal that has an injury, or even an animal that's a little bit more sensitive, you can start somewhere else. It does not have to be in any particular order. It can be however you want to do it. So I normally start with the back and the tail all the way down, and the tail feels really good too, because there's lots of little muscles all around the tail as well. Then I do the massage of the head and the neck. And so whether they have a small, little head like her, or a great big head off of like a Newfie or something, you can still go all the way around and cup your hands around the head and the neck and kind of massage your way around the head and the neck and the ears. Then I work my way down into the shoulders and the fore limbs of the animal down in to the front part. Then I work my way down through the chest and the abdomen, and all the way down to the hind end quarters and the hind legs. And that's basically the sequence of kind of putting the whole body. But it doesn't have to be that way. So let's talk about strokes. So the first one is an effleurage stroke, which is kind of what I was doing just on her just now to kind of wake things up. And what this is done is it's done with the flat palm of the hand, or your fingers, or ball, basically the whole hand. And it's almost like petting the animal is what you're doing. So you're basically starting, and she's giving me little kisses here. You're starting light, and then you're moving into deeper movements. So I'm going to start palm and the fingers, and I'm going to just start working my way from the top of the occipital ridge, which is this bony protuberance here at the top of the head. And we're going to just work our way down the spine here. Now you can use both hands to do it, or you can do one hand, or you can tailor off. It doesn't really matter. So you're going to work your way down, all the way down with your effleurage strokes, all the way down to the back end of the body. And all the way down the tail again, more. And you can use that by cupping the tail and using your full hand to spread. Then we'll go back up here to the head. And like I was doing before, where I was kind of cupping and doing those long, smooth strokes on her head here and up and around the ears. You can do the same. You can cup the ear and kind of do those long, smooth strokes on the ears. Okay, and then up, around, and underneath the front legs and in the shoulder blades. Now, you can start light and move into deeper movements, and basically listen to your animal for what they want. If they want more pressure, you can kind of feel them leaning into you. If they are a little bit more sensitive, you can do lighter pressure. And remember, I said the smoothing strokes are relaxing. The fast strokes are invigorating. So depending on what you're trying to do with that animal, again, if it's an agility, something that you're getting ready to do something where it would be an active, you'd want to wake it up. If otherwise, you kind of want to do the relaxing. Okay, now we're going to work our way down through the tummy, and we're going to do those long, smooth strokes along the tummy. And one thing to remember, this is a important note, whenever you're working with the stomach of an animal, you never want to go in a counterclockwise position. You always want to make sure you are rubbing that tummy in a clockwise position, always in clockwise, because we don't want to back up the stomach and have issues. Okay, now we're going to work our way down to the back limbs. Again, long smoothing strokes. And if the animal's lying on its side, you can also kind of lift up the back limb and kind of hold it and do your strokes, your hand strokes with one hand. Okay, so that is our effleurage, using the flat of our hand. The next would be fingertip pressure. This is using either 2 or 3 fingers. Okay, you're going to be using the very ends and the tips of your fingers extended, kept close together. Okay, and you're going to rub these in a circular motion. Same kind of thing. So you're going to start up at the occipital. We're going to work our way down, and we're going to go along the spine. And we're going to put pressure kind of on either side of the spine, not directly on the spine, because we don't want to put pressure directly on the spine, especially for an animal like Chloe that's had a back injury. But we're going to work our way along the spine, all those little muscles that go all the way down, and kind of do our fingertip pressure all the way down. Okay, all the way down. And you can take it again as slow or as fast as you want, all the way to the tail. All right, then we're going to go back up to the head and the ears. Now our fingertip pressure, you can get into nice little grooves at this point. So you can kind of go all in around and under the jaw, underneath the eye and up into the ear, underneath, up in underneath the head and jawline, all along the neck. And you can do both sides at the same time with your fingertip pressure, or just focus and kind of hold and do one. Totally up to you, or totally up to the animal. With a small animal, a lot of times it's easier to use one hand and kind of hold because you have a smaller space. Large animal, it sometimes, feels more comfortable to use both hands. Again, it's kind of up to you and what the animal likes. All right, so now we're working down into the front. Now in here, we can also get down kind of a little bit deeper because we're not using the flat of our hand, we're using those fingertip pressure. So we can kind of get all into the neck, all into those little muscles here, and all in around the scapula, around these shoulder blades, and down in to the front limbs here. And you can also, again, lift up the limb and kind of work in. And because you're using finger pressure, you can even go down into the pads and the bottoms and the sides of the feet. Okay, now we'll go in again underneath. And so we're going to do our tummy and our abdomen area. And because we are using our fingers, we want to make sure we're using a circular pattern. We want to make sure that we're going clockwise, not counterclockwise. Okay, and then now we're going to work our way back to the back end here. And so Chloe's kind of leaning on her sides. So we're going to just get right into the nitty gritty of those hips and those limbs, back limbs. And again, because you're using finger pressure, you can really get into the hip socket and joints of the knees. So if you've got animals that have arthritic joints and issues with their back end, this is going to be very, very soothing for them. Now, again, a little bit deeper pressure if they like it. If not, go a little slower. Take your time, because you want it to be, you want it to be feel good for them. You can get right into those joints, right into the ankle, and all the way down into the bottom of the feet. Okay, our next type of massage is called petrissage, and this is called deep tissue, basically. This is what we think of when we get deep tissue. It's kind of like kneading or rolling dough in a way, and we're going to lift and roll the skin between the fingers. This is feels extremely good. You think about someone doing this like on your shoulders and stuff, same thing with the animals. So now we're going to do it again. We're going to go in our section of working our way down the back. So we're going to knead and roll. And if you're a little uncomfortable doing both hands at first, get the feel of it by doing one hand. Just use it. It's almost like scooping and pulling. the skin. So you're kind of grabbing and pulling back towards you. Okay, you can grab nice big hunk of the skin there and just kind of knead and pull. And if you feel comfortable doing both hands, you can do that as well. Or you can kind of chase the other hand down and then back up. This is probably one of Chloe's favorites. Okay, so we're going to go all the way down. Now, it's not very easy to do the tail with this, but you can do the head. So we can go up and kind of scoop and pull up on the head and into the ears here. And even at the top of the head and the neck. Okay, now the shoulders also can be done this way. So you can basically scoop and pull along the front here. So using that same kind of scooping technique up along the front of the shoulders and the limbs. And same thing, if you have an animal that has any kind of issue, joint issues with the front or the back legs, this is gonna be something that feels really good. Okay, now for the tummy, you can do this technique also. Okay, you're just gonna basically kind of use this kind of pulling technique onto the tummy. So we're gonna turn Chloe here on our side just so you can kind of see. And so you're basically going to scoop and pull, same kind of thing. You can do it from the side. Okay. Scooping and pulling onto the tummy. And then same thing with our back limbs. We're going to scoop and pull. Okay. All right, now next would be a technique called friction. Now, friction is a fast, invigorating stroke, and it is done with the balls of 2 or 3 fingers, okay? And it's basically a back and forth motion. Now, this is something that not all animals like. This is something for more, like I talked about, with the invigorating stuff, if you're wanting to wake the muscles up. So you can try this, and if they don't like it, they don't like it. You don't do it. So using the balls of your hand, 2 to 3 fingers, and you're basically going to do a back and forth movement. And again, Chloe's pretty good. She pretty much likes any type of massage. So this is kind of stimulating the muscle rather than relaxing the muscle. And if I have a muscle that is, we're dealing with rehab, we're dealing with trying to heal and kind of like wake up the muscles, then this is a technique that I would use. Again, you can use this on any part of the body. Okay. And then, one of the other techniques would be acupressure. So acupressure is the same thing as basically acupuncture, but without the needles. We're going to use finger pressure from either our thumb or our finger, and we're going to apply this to the pressure points, okay? And so we would use this to apply pressure in and around the areas. So let's say we're going to do pressure all along the spine here. We're going to apply both of our thumbs to either side of the top part of the spine, which is up here at the occipital ridge at the top of the head. And we're going to apply our finger pressure here, and we're just going to work our way down slowly with pressure. And Chloe gets acupuncture regularly, so she hasn't been lately, but with this COVID stuff, but it is something that we do. And so for her back. And so at home, I can do the acupressure for her. And so we'll use our finger pressure and we'll just go all the way down. Now, there's many different pressure points on the body of an animal, and those pressure points actually trigger to other things in the body to help. And so I'm going to talk about a couple points that are actually really, really beneficial. So one of them is called the 3-point hold. And this is a really great point that you can add in when you're doing your massage with your pet, because what it does is it actually helps the animal to relax them, but it also is a really great calming point for if their animal is having fear issues, if they're afraid of like fireworks or loud noises, or they're having any kind of fear issues in their new environment. This is a really great relaxing point. In fact, what will happen is when you go and get acupuncture for your animals and the animal is having trouble calming down, they will stick the point in this location to help calm the animal down. So what the point is it's basically here at the top of the occipital ridge. So you're going to find this bony spot at the top of the spine on the animal. We're going to find that we're going to hold the head, and we're going to find there's a little dip right here in front of this occipital ridge. Okay. We're going to take and place our finger right there in that location. And then we're going to take take 2 of our other fingers, and we're going to place them right alongside of the ears where the head meets the body wall. Okay. And so we're going to place our fingers right here and hold them up against the head with our other finger pressed in that little hole right above the occipital ridge. Okay. So we're going to hold there, and we're just going to lightly just kind of push for maybe about 10 to 15 seconds. And it's just a very calming point that you can do while in between with your massage. And a lot of times it'll make them go to sleep. Okay. The next points that we're going to do are on the ears. And these are, again, acupressure points. These are great. The ears are wonderful. We talk about our feet in acupuncture for humans, that your feet are basically your window to your whole body. For animals, it's the ears. Okay, most animals. So what we're going to do is we're going to massage the ears. Okay, so we're going to just do finger pressure, and we're going to just kind of massage the ears. The ears stimulate the whole body. They're very relaxing. If you have a pet that won't let you massage, or that's very fearful of you and, just kind of not sure, you can use just those smoothing techniques and just holding the animal at the ears and just starting to kind of do some light technique there. And a lot of times if you can get the ears done, you can relax the whole body of the animal without even touching anything else. So we can do our massage by basically just kind of relaxing and beneficial for the whole body of that animal, just kind of working around in little circular points. And 2 points that are very, very good for relaxing are, one is right here where the ear kind of meets the body wall here on the animal, right in this area. And it can be, well, it doesn't matter if an animal has an ear that is, very short or very long. You basically want to find where the ear kind of comes in and touches the back part of the head here. And she's kind of purring again here almost. And we're going to basically find this nice kind of thick cartilage area. And we're going to place our fingers on either side. Again, you can do 1 or 2 at the same time. And you're going to place on either side, and you're just going to kind of rub in circles and kind of relax the animal. And doing it 2 at a time actually feels really good. Okay. All right. The next point is actually, and she's kind of turning her head over and relaxing here on me. Okay. Next point is a little bit higher up in the ear. It's actually almost right inside. You put your finger almost kind of right inside the ear canal and of the ear, and you're kind of just pressing down and in, and almost, you can see that, almost down in the ear on the outer part here, and you're just kind of scooping and holding. And you can see she's kind of turning her head into me because it does feel good. Okay. And then one of the other beneficial points is right here at the tip of the ears. So the very, very tip of the ears, again, doesn't matter if the animal has short or long ears. You're going to go to the very tip and you're going to kind of just press, little kind of pulsating. And this is actually very, very healing and very relaxing. And as you can see, she's kind of totally relaxed. The ears are wonderful stimulation points. Okay. So with an animal that you're working with that's getting massage, one of the things that I can tell you to watch for if you're worried about an animal that has issues or back issues, problems and stuff, one of the things you want to watch for is an animal that's refusing to climb steps or jump, that's wobbly, has a hunched up back. With dachshunds particularly, you'll notice the back is very hunched. And one of the other things that also could be a warning sign of a back issue would be the middle toes wearing. So you're not noticing that the foot is wearing evenly. You're noticing that the middle toes are wearing it. It means that they're not perfectly balanced when they're walking. There's something going on and there's some issues with their back. By doing acupressure and massage with your animal and even the basic stuff, it's going to help to alert you to anything that's going on. It also promotes healing and prevents injury from happening. So if you're doing something like this on a regular basis, you're going to help increase the circulation, promote healing for that pet, and basically help them from having an injury. Or if they do injure themselves, they're going to be less likely to have a more serious injury. Once a disc has been injured and healed and calcified, then it's very vulnerable to be stressed again, like with Chloe's back injury. So we want to make sure that we are doing as much as we can to keep that flexible. And that is why pressure points and massage can help really strengthen those areas for the pet. I love massage because it really does help as a holistic benefit. It helps give your pet the best possible, for a bonding, for dealing with the healing. There's just so many great things that can be given from massage. And so with Chloe, she is, like I said, she's 14. She looks really good for her age. She's very healthy. But, we do regular massage. We do regular massage with her. We do regular holistic therapy with her. And that's one of the things that actually helps to keep her young. So those are some little basic massage techniques that you can do on your pet. It's just something that if anybody wants more information, if they're interested in getting further classes and training on massage, learning how to be certified, that is something that we can do. Dog E911 offers all types of animal massage courses, as well as being able to come out and do massage for your pet. We come and do that as well to people's homes and assist them to be able to do therapy for their own pet. So anybody have any questions that they would like answered? Is there any questions out there that that anybody has that they would like to know. If anybody wants to know anything about anything specific, again, there is no right or wrong way really to do this, other than, like I said, for those contraindications, making sure that you're not massaging an animal that, like I said, that would cause any injury and stuff. But otherwise, this is just a great bonding thing with your pet, and it's a great thing to help them heal and help promote healing.
Thank you for that demonstration. My dog actually laid down and passed out, so something must have worked somewhere along the lines.
That's great. That's
I don't know if you
great.
saw how crazy he was before you started. Must have been the calming, soothing voice.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, we I mean, I know with Chloe, sometimes I will play music. You know, you can use essential oils that can be.
I was just going to ask.
Yeah,
employed essential oils.
You can do that, and some of them are actually very healing and soothing for things like animals that are fearful of thunderstorms, or animals that are fearful of fireworks and things like that. But you only need a little bit, because those are very powerful, and also they can be kind of overwhelming for the animal's nose too. So you only need a very little bit for that.
What is your go-to essential oil for calming? I always do peppermint, but what do you like?
Lavender is good. Peppermint is also very, very good. Those are actually both like my favorite. So those would be that would be the two that I would recommend. And so I know that, again, it only takes a very, very, minimal amount. You don't need a lot. There it's so funny. You could hear, if you could hear her, she's kind of like making her little noises. She's really enjoying this. And she's yawning. So, but yeah, massage is just a really great bonding thing. I know that we have one of our dogs was abandoned in a foreclosed home, and with her, I had to do a lot of hands-on and time with, and the massage actually was a very bonding, very healing thing for her, and helped her to really kind of turn around from some of the things that she had experienced.
So I've got your website queued up. I don't know how much you have left here with the massage talk, but we have about 8 more minutes left before the 3 o'clock hour. I was going to share some of your entertaining dog duo singing videos, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so I know later you'll get to meet another one of my little dogs, Greta. She'll be on with me at 11, and Greta is actually Chloe's sister. Chloe is not talented in the way that Greta is. So yeah. And on my website at doggy911.com, you can see all my girls. You can see all kinds of fun pictures of them dressed as nurses and patients, and they're great little doggy models.
Absolutely. Yeah. So do you have any parting words before I jump over full screen and head to your website so we can check?
Yeah, we just, give your animals a massage. They deserve it. They'll love it. They'll appreciate you for it. It'll help them bond. And for any other, information or questions, or if anybody's interested in taking a course or getting massage for their pet, and we can do online courses as well as in-person courses, just please reach out to us on the website at doggy911.com. We would love to hear from you.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of your website, let's check out a few of these videos that we have here on doggy911.com. Where should we start? Gretagrams?
Absolutely. That is the most fun one.
Our Gretagrams. I'm Janae, and this is my beautiful little talented dachshund Greta. And we perform singing telegrams together. We've been singing together since about 2006 when she was about 5 or 6 months old. And Greta has won over 11 talent competitions, has even sung for the Blessing of the Animals ceremony in honor of St. Francis. And we began Gretagrams as a singing telegram service to speak for those that have no voice, the animals. Greta and I began Gretagrams in 2010, and basically we want to showcase our love for each other, the powerful bond between human and animals, and our love for big band music. I am also here to let people know that it's very important to make sure to prepare for disasters with their pets. Also, pet first aid encompasses many different things, like knowing what's normal for your animal and learning things like triage and time-sensitive matters that are also important for your pet. The first song we're going to be singing is called Bill Bailey. Hey! Won't you come home, Bill Bailey? Won't you come home? I'm on the whole day long. I'll do the cooking, honey. I'll pay the rent. You know I've done you wrong. Remember that rainy evening I throwed you out with nothing but a fine tooth comb. Well, you know that I'm the same, and ain't that a shame? Bill Bailey, won't you please come home? The second song we'll be singing is All of Me. All of me, why not take all of me? Can't you see I'm no good without you? Take my lips, I never use them. Take my arms, I want to lose them. Your goodbyes left me with eyes that cry. How can I go on, dear, without you? You took the part that once was my heart. So why not take all of me? To contact us for a Gretagram, please go to the Gretagram website. Thank you.
That was incredible. I don't know who has the better voice, you or Greta.
Thank you. I know, it's pretty darn funny. It is. It's pretty darn funny.
Was she just a natural singer? Or
She is. Well, you know, it's funny because I've sang big band music for many, many years and worked with a band. And when I got her, you know, she was a baby at the time when I got her. And she came with me because I used to bring Chloe to practice. Chloe's a few months older than her. And Chloe would just sleep. So I figured Greta will sleep too. So I brought Greta to practice and Greta didn't sleep. Greta would match pitch with the piano and try to sing along. And so we ended up having to not bring her anymore because she was too distracting at practice. And then we started noticing that she would sing also if there was music on the television that she liked, or if there was music on the stereo that she liked, or on the radio. So I have a recording with my husband that he did of Bonnie Raitt with a slow blues guitar, and Greta's like matching pitch with the guitar. So she just, if it's something she likes, she will do it. If she doesn't like it, she won't sing with it. And you can't make her. She has to like the music. She has to feel it and be a part of it. It's just I've never seen anything like it. It's just hysterical.
Does she have a favorite song?
She does. We're going to sing it later today at 11.
Yeah,
yeah, she is. She does have a favorite song. It's "You Are My Sunshine." We're going to sing it later today. And but she loves a lot of jazz and big band type music. A lot of stuff that has a lot of inflection. She really likes that because, as you noticed in the video, she'll kind of go up and down, and that's what makes it so funny. She'll do the little like and then she'll do the where she'll throw her head back. She's so infectious. You can't not laugh with her. It's hard not to, because she's just so funny.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she's won like so many different talent competitions, and we've got so many different awards and ribbons for her. And it's just so funny because she's just a natural. I don't know. I've never known anything like it. She's very, very special. She's the dachshund diva. That's what we call her.
Dogs are just born stars.
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for calling in late.
You're welcome.
See you in a few hours at 11 a.m. Central Time.
That's right.
So, let you get some sleep.
Absolutely. Yeah, we look forward to it. We'll be teaching all about animal disaster prep, and you guys will get to meet Greta live. So
yeah.
Thank you so much. And check out doge911.com.
Absolutely. Thank you. We are going to cut to a few videos from our sponsors and grab another interview from a rescue. So stick with us. Coming up this hour is some drone footage that me and my friend took in the park wearing silly costumes with all of our dogs. So, it's 3 a.m. We got to stay here all night. And so that's what's happening. Please click on the button and donate, share the stream. And if anybody wants to comment or call in or participate over the next couple of hours, I'm here. So hit us up. Let us know. We are looking for talented pet videos like Miss Greta's or anything you got. Until then, here's a message from our sponsors.
Hi, everyone. Romeo and I are at Bossy Studios with Bossy Ciderman.
Hi.
And we are about to start our photo shoot for the launch of America's Top Dog Model 2020 contest, Fairy Tales. And Romeo, as America's Top Dog Model Ambassador, will show top dogs how to portray our theme, Fairy Tales. And you can visit americastopdogmodel.com for contest details. Who will be America's Top Dog Model?
Social media is going to the dogs, and cats, and birds, and reptiles. Connect to the world of pets with Pet Pal, an app for pets and pet lovers like you. You love your pet, and nothing makes you happier than a wagging tail or contented purr. And you are not alone. There are 85 million pet parents in the United States, and that number grows every day. It's all about pets at Pet Pal, and all about creating a community where you can build that bond with your furry, feathered, or scaly best pal every day. Pet Pal makes it easy to be part of an entire world devoted to pets and the people who love them. A world where you can reach out to like-minded people who like to share and love stories, advice, videos, and pictures just as much as they want to see and hear from you and your pet. You can find information and resources all in one place, with feedback and discussion from actual pet lovers. Search for videos by topic for specific breeds and breed information. Create profiles for you and your pet. Stay up to date with a pet-specific news feed. Learn about rescues and shelters that need you, and so much more. Laugh, learn, and love every day on Pet Pal. Get the scoop at petpal.com now. Pet Pal, for the love of pets.
Hey, welcome back to Jen's Corner, where I've just sat down with Diana Crawford from forrescue.net. She's helping out animals in the northern Alabama area. record here, make sure I'm rolling. All right, here we are with Diana Crawford from forrescue.net, and she's going to tell us a little bit about her clinic.
Thank you, Jen. We are a small nonprofit in North Alabama. We focus on pulling animals from shelters specifically that euthanize for space. We also take some owner surrenders, and like yesterday, we took in a dog that was probably a bait dog and has extensive injuries, but we couldn't leave him on the street and figured out a plan as we went. So we take a little bit of everything, and we are 100% volunteer, have 0 paid employees. Our board doesn't get paid. Nobody profits but the animals.
Very awesome. And you are located where?
We are in Huntsville. We're based out of Huntsville, Alabama, which is in the very top of the state. And we primarily cover Limestone County, Madison County, and Marshall and Jackson counties. But we do extend further from time to time, and we'll adopt to other places, not just Alabama, if we can arrange transport or somebody can come here to pick up.
All right, so I guess my puppy's gonna jump on the scene here for a minute. Let's see if I can get rid of him. So how long have you been in the industry?
Mine's following me, I understand.
How long have you been, like, what got you started in the rescue?
Friends of Rescue started in 2009 as a group of women that focused on retriever mixes primarily. They had all worked with purebred rescues, and they saw the need for taking in mixes also. And for the first year, we were Friends of Retrievers Rescue, and we changed over to Friends of Rescue and became all breed and started doing cats and dogs. And then when we've since morphed into an occasional pig or rabbit or other animals in need. We do try to focus on dogs and cats, but if something needs us and we can help and figure out a way to make it work, we're going to do it. And I've been with the rescue since 2010.
Oh, wow. It's going on 10 years. Time flies. So how have you guys been affected by the pandemic? Are you struggling? What are your needs and deficiencies right now?
As for needs, food seems to always be one of our biggest items. We provide all supplies for our foster homes. Food, puppy pad, litter. We are part of the Litter for Good campaign, so we stay pretty okay on litter most of the time. But puppy pads and food is always a need. And of course, financial donations. We don't shy away from tough medical cases and heartworm positive dogs and FIB cats. We'll take it all. If we think we can help, we'll try to help. If we've got a foster home that'll do it, we'll try to take it. One of the things that we have a all volunteer run thrift store, and a lot of our volunteers are either older or they are taking care of older family members or live with older family members. And so we've had to close our thrift store, and it's not essential. You know, we closed it before the order came out to protect our volunteers and clientele, but then we got the state shutdown order and had to follow through, and we're still under. So we've been closed for almost 8 weeks.
Oh, wow.
And that hurts. We're still taking donations and stuff for the thrift store on a drop-off basis so we can be ready when we can open back up. But we'll still probably have to limit our hours for a while to protect our volunteers.
So if someone wanted to help out and make a donation or drop off some food, what would be the best way for them to get a hold of you?
We can always be contacted through the website. We have our contact information on there, and then email is always accessible, which is info@forrescue.net, and there's a donate button on the website, or supplies can be dropped off at our thrift store / office, which is 2244 Highway 72 East, Huntsville.
Right on. Do you have any closing remarks or just a message to the world from your organization?
Thank you. Thank you for loving animals and taking care of them and supporting those of us that are in the trenches, and we can't do it without your support.
We're definitely here to help. We're glad to be touching lives still in the pet industry while we're all locked up at home.
Absolutely. Because it doesn't stop and might even get worse before it gets better.
Absolutely. So we're doing what we can now. We're just gonna all band together. I think it's funny how small the world has gotten with the digital platform.
It absolutely has, and I love it. I mean, I hate that we can't touch and hug, but I love that people are connecting that would have never been connected.
Absolutely. Well, we hope we can get you some donations and help you guys out by promoting your rescue foundation. And I appreciate talking to you. I think it's time to play ball.
I'm surprised mine hadn't been in here in my face too.
Oh my gosh, he's the worst. All right. Well, thank you, Diana Crawford, for calling in. And again, that website is forrescues.org or @forrescues on Facebook, social media. Reach out to them, help, and give. If you're in the Huntsville area, drop off some food. Otherwise, visit streamathon4pets.com and click on the donation button. I just have one question. Ethan, is the hat with the cat too much or just enough?
We are so excited to be here with our next guest, kicking off the Stream-a-thon for Pets. You may have seen her on CBS on Saturday mornings, or you may have heard of her wild adventures in rehabilitation of wildlife animals. Today we have Hope Swinimer here with us from Hope for Wildlife. Hope, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks so much for having me. I'm really looking forward to this.
Well, we're thrilled. We know this is a very difficult time right now for a lot of people. And, those out there watching, they are helping us by providing exposure for small pet businesses and rescues, organizations that have wonderful missions. Tell us a little bit about the mission for Hope for Wildlife.
Hope for Wildlife is all about connecting people to their natural world. So sort of reintroducing them, because I find over the years people have kind of lost touch with nature. So really our mission is to reconnect people and help them appreciate it. So we really have three important goals. And one is the rehabilitation work itself and getting these injured wild animals back out to the wild. But we also do a lot of research. So that's one of our goals. And the third, and perhaps the goal that makes the biggest change, is education. So we do a ton of work in the school systems, and we have guided tours during different times than we're facing right now, where schools will come out and visit and learn about Nova Scotia's wildlife.
So highlight some of the differences for our viewers of wildlife in Nova Scotia versus the United States, where most people are tuning in.
I know. I bet there's a lot of differences. I know you have opossums, I believe. We don't have those in Nova Scotia, but we do have some very interesting wildlife here. We have lots of birds of prey, which I'm sure you are familiar with. We have black bears, deer. We have lots of raccoons and porcupines and skunks and foxes, and then all the smaller type rodents like groundhogs and squirrels and all that kind of thing. So a very big variety. We can see up to 250 different species each and every year, and we get about 4,500 different animals that come into our facility each year.
Wow, that's a lot to manage. So how many people on staff for you?
I remember when I started, we hardly had any paid people. It was all volunteer. But as time goes on and you progress, we've got about 6 full-time year-round staff. So it's still very, very small. But thank heavens for the wonderful volunteers. If it wasn't for them to keep us glued together, I don't know what we'd do without them. And we also have a program where we have interns come in, and they're all arriving this weekend. So we're pretty excited about that. So we have interns that sign up for a 16-week stay with us through the summer. And they get to do a lot of really interesting work. We have a full-time veterinarian right here on site in a veterinary hospital. So some of them get to work in the medical world. And then we have a lot that do the actual hands-on with the babies. It could be in the nurseries. We have a lot of turtles that come through Hope for Wildlife. So we have another group of people that work with them. And then we have the white-tailed deer and the larger mammals that people get to work with and learn about. So it's quite diverse in the experience, and some people even like to go out on the road and rescue these animals that are in distress.
So do you take calls as well, or how do you find out about the animals that are in distress?
Exactly. For our province, from end to end, it probably would take at least 10 hours to drive from end to end. It's not a very big province, but we take wildlife from all of Nova Scotia. So it could be from the tip of Cape Breton right down to Yarmouth, which is on the southern end of the province. So it covers a lot of area. We sometimes have 2 or 3 people manning the phones in the busy summer days. We can get up to 100 calls a day. When we count at the end of the year, we have over 30,000 phone calls. And it's a really good avenue to educate people too, because sometimes they call just with questions and wondering what's normal in the natural world, and we're able to help them out, and they realize that the wild animal isn't in distress, or they may find a fawn that's sitting quietly in the bush without any mother, and we can explain to them that that's perfectly normal and that's the way it should be.
Yeah, and one thing that is interesting, and maybe one of the few positives, and we'll talk about the negatives or the impact that the pandemic has had on rescue organizations like yourself, but one of the positives that we've seen, and I'm wondering if you're seeing the same thing in Nova Scotia, that with people under stay-at-home orders and not being out and about as much, we're seeing wildlife reemerge and sort of taking claim of land that was once theirs. Have you experienced the same thing, or have you heard about this sort of phenomenon?
Absolutely, and it is interesting. And we as rehabbers wonder what kind of effect it will have on our season. If people are at home more and they're not out and about on the roads, there's probably going to be less hit by cars, and that's one of the main reasons we get wildlife in. But we're also seeing the other side of the coin, where people are into gardening and landscaping, so they're out, cutting down things and finding little nests of babies. So, it's important that if you're going to be enjoying your backyard, you do a good walkabout first to make sure that you're not going to be disturbing a nest or something that you didn't even realize was there. So it is a good opportunity to check things out. We're also receiving calls because people are staying home more. They might only use their car once a week now, and they don't think to check under the hood, but little squirrels might have decided to nest inside your car. It happens more than you think. So different kinds of wildlife issues with the pandemic. So it's really interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see what the season is like.
Yeah, as we're able to reemerge from this, obviously everyone's watching the fallout and the impact it's having on businesses. That's really why we're doing the Stream-a-thon for Pets. It's to raise money for these small and independent businesses and these rescue organizations, even like yourself. I mean, I know you get a lot of funding every year, but how is this impacting you from a rescue level and an organizational perspective?
It's really difficult. We're not government funded at all, as most wildlife facilities aren't. So it's that $20 donation someone might give you when they drop off an injured wild animal. And we used to do a lot of our fundraising through our education work. And sadly, we aren't able to do it in the same way. And we have been doing some streaming to educate people about some of the issues they may come across. But it's not quite the same, but it is making a difference. I think it's amazing what you're doing, and to help all the businesses out there, that we all have the same interests. We all care about living things, and it's really what it's all about, and a chance for everybody to come together and take part in that. I think it's really wonderful.
Well, thank you very much for those kind words. Now, you know, where a lot of our viewers may know you from, and I'm sure they're all going to, you know, look for your videos and find out more about your organization, but they've seen you on TV. Talk a little bit about what that's like, you know, being a TV star, you know, being on people's TVs throughout the country and across the globe on Saturday mornings. Has it changed you at all, or anything about your organization?
Well, it's funny because, you know, I don't even stop and think that people might recognize me when I go out into public. And so from that way, it really hasn't changed me personally at all. It has helped with funding, obviously, for the Hope for Wildlife, because it's brought awareness to, you know, a lot of people didn't even know wildlife rehabilitation facilities existed until they started watching the show. And I had a lot of calls, and people would say, you know, I called around locally where I live and found out that there was a rehab right in my own backyard. And I think that's so great. And, you know, that's one of the really good things that have come out of the show. It's let people know that there's lots of rehabbers out there. There's lots you can do to help them. Just pick up the phone, find a local one. The other really interesting thing that I love about the show is that it's brought children into the wild world, and it's helped them appreciate it, recognize it, maybe be more aware of what the proper way to handle wildlife situations are. So I think that's one of the truly wonderful things that's come out of the TV show, and it's in its 10th year now. And
oh my gosh, congratulations.
So,
that's amazing.
Yeah, it's a long time, but it's very little work. There's only one cameraman and usually one other person that come out, and they're very careful and they care deeply about the animals. And, you know, if an animal is showing any signs of stress, they will back off immediately. So it's been this wonderful relationship for 10 long years, and we've gotten to know the cameramen, and you know, they're part of our group now. They could answer our wildlife calls because they know the commonly asked questions and the proper answers to them.
More volunteers for the organization, right?
Yes.
Now, how can someone, you've mentioned interns, you've mentioned volunteers, you've mentioned that a lot of your funding is from personal donations. How can people find out more information about Hope for Wildlife other than tuning into your show?
Absolutely. We have a very active Facebook page, and our website, wildlife.net. It takes you right to the Facebook page, and do go in and look around, and you'll kind of see what we're up to at any given time. And, you know, like everybody else, we're trying to educate, show people what's happening in our charity. And of course, you're always trying to get enough dollars ahead to make ends meet, for sure.
Well, awesome. Well, Hope, we are so pleased to have you here. For our viewers just joining us, that we're with Hope Swinimer from Hope for Wildlife. You can catch her on Saturday mornings on CBS, or check her out. Check out the rescue. And before we go, I did want to ask you, is there maybe a favorite rescue or like a diciest rescue rehabilitation that you can share with our viewers?
They're all so wonderful, and they all speak to you in a different way, and they bring out visions and thought processes. I think the rescue that comes to mind that I remember the most was at the very beginning of Hope for Wildlife. And I was home one night, and there was a knock on the door, and a couple arrived, and they just dropped this bucket on my front steps with a cover on it. And, you know, and then they just left. They didn't tell me. They just said it couldn't keep up with the rest of the family, and they dropped it. And so I was a little nervous, and I opened the lid and I look inside, and I'll always remember this baby otter looking up at me with that big face, and tiny little body. It's taught me so much about nature and so much about natural instinct. It was true. It takes a long time to rehabilitate an otter, up to 18 months. So we were very lucky. We live on a beautiful lake, and we were able to do a soft release, but that came with issues too. So it was all in all, it had a very happy ending. So it was a great journey for me and the otter.